First of all, welcome, Kathy. We're so happy to have you here. Notice of the October 29th meeting of the Real Estate Commission, including date, time, and location, has been noticed on the Tennessee Real Estate website since October 19th, 2021. Additionally, this month's agenda has been posted on the website since Friday, August 26, 2022. And now for the roll. Commissioner Joe Begley.
Here.
Commissioner Jeff Diaz.
Here.
Commissioner DJ Ferris. No, I know to
We
hear
all have
from
a
the
child
back.
like that.
That was perfect, DJ.
Commissioner Marcia Franks.
Here.
Commissioner Steve Gwynn.
Here.
Commissioner John Moffitt.
Here.
Commissioner Joan Smith.
Here.
Commissioner Stacy Torbett.
Here.
Commissioner Kathy Tucker. We have a quorum. Now, if Stacy, if you do not mind leading us in the prayer and pledge.
Right about your head. Dear Heavenly Father, I just thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. I thank you for health and safe travels for all of us that have traveled. I ask that you give us wisdom and discernment today as we go through these cases. Honor you in our and direct us in all that we do in Jesus. And for the pledge. I pledge allegiance
to the United States, republic for one nation, visible.
Are there any changes to the proposed agenda? Yes.
Yes, I would like to ask that we move item number 1 underneath commission discussion, chair and vice chair, to the
Okay.
top.
Yes.
Okay, so are we ready to vote on the approval of the agenda as amended? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That is everybody. Okay, so at this time, we will do the election of the chair and vice chair.
We just need to get approval of the minutes as well.
That's okay, before we do that. Okay. Any changes or edits to the minutes from anyone? Okay, all of those in favor of approving the minutes of the June meeting, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Okay, so now the big thing we're missing today is John Grease, who was our chairman. I've been here 9 years. I think he was chairman 7 years and did just the best job, and we all miss him so much. But as we said earlier, he's still with us, even though he's not in the room. So at this time, are there any nominations for the chairman of the Real Estate Commission?
I'll nominate Jeff Diaz.
Second.
Okay. Any other nominations?
Frank.
Hey, all right. Never had a contested.
Well, I'm just throwing it out there.
Okay, so I think we first have to, that doesn't really come as a motion, does it? Okay. So why don't we do this? Why don't we have a motion, all those in favor of Jeff Diaz as chairman, or what should I do? We've never had a contestant.
Do you guys want to discuss it all on the record?
Why don't you, Jeff?
No, everybody on the record. And we also do need a vice chair.
Yeah.
So there's that. We need a chair and a vice chair. So
To ask a question. Marcia, you have one more year back. Jeff, you have,
I have one more year plus I could be reappointed.
okay.
One more year on your first 5 year?
5 years.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes.
In the voting, could we do a ballot type situation, just on a little piece of paper, and write the name and hand them to Caitlin for tallying, as opposed to a voice vote?
Our attorney.
I know, I'm looking at our attorney
For
too.
that.
I'm getting nothing from Anna.
I don't see why if I read them all into the record and we had a count of the vote, why that wouldn't, as long as, I did count them.
Doesn't seem like how we choose our chair and vice chairs in the statute, so I don't think Anna really.
I mean, as long as everyone votes.
I feel confident I can count the votes.
Okay, so
Good with the secret ballot?
is everybody good with that?
Just write the name of your choice.
And
Yeah.
do you guys want to go ahead and vote for vice chair as well, or do a separate vote?
I would like, can I speak?
Yes, absolutely.
I would like to see whoever gets the most votes be chairman, and then the next person be vice chair.
Well, let's.
Complicated if I nominate one more person.
Man, looks good kill, Joe. Looks good kill.
You've been muted. To unmute yourself, press
Did you hear that,
star.
Joe?
you've
You've been
been
muted. You've been muted, Joe. No, you can nominate another person, but that's kind of like a slated votes. They're not typical ways of voting, but if that's the way you want to. But typically in my other boards, they nominate separate individuals for chair and then separate for vice chair.
Okay.
So,
Anna, I apologize.
It might be.
yes.
Someone has muted the Teams meeting. If you can hold off just one moment while we get that unmuted. Aaron, can you go down to the Creston?
Yes.
Hit star 6.
Okay, everybody needs to use.
So, yeah, let me give everybody a piece of paper. All the same
Well,
color.
we all have
All the same
yellow,
color.
so we'll just.
Oh,
do
okay, I
yellow.
got green.
Here, I'll have a yellow. Now we're good.
Oh, yeah, this one.
On the Creston, hit star 6.
I don't think the statute says.
You are no longer muted.
So, is it going to be 2 elections?
That's
This
it,
one's
thank
for
you.
chair, and then
This one is for chair, and then we'll do one for
do-
vice chair.
Okay.
So, anybody else?
Yes?
Yeah.
Bifurcate the.
Go ahead. Ross Perot.
I'm going to nominate DJ.
Thanks. Thank you. Yeah.
I'm going to nominate DJ.
DJ, how much time do you have left on yours? 2 or 3?
Long time.
3 some odd years, maybe
Okay.
3.5.
You're new still.
Right. That's right. Yeah, we were the same summer, 2020.
Okay, if everybody would pass their folded votes.
So we have 3 nominations.
Yes.
3, we're just voting for 2. Though.
No, we're voting for
just
one
voting for
person. One person.
Just for chair.
Just for chair.
Ding.
Maybe my only vote. You've been muted. Disenfranchised already. Or it might not. I mean, it'd be 0. Because you nominate may not mean
I'll
you
let
vote
you know
for
when
me.
you've been unmuted.
Timing is everything, John.
It was impeccable.
day, boy.
Impeccable.
Kathy, this is a first for all of us. In a long time, we can actually see each other without these plexiglass screens.
Yeah, they're right here.
Oh, good. I wanted mine.
You know what?
Oh, you're kidding.
You know what? So I pulled mine down at the meeting where several people ended up with COVID. I was like, we don't need these anymore, and I took it down. And then John had
Me, John, and John.
So it was your fault. That's what you're saying.
Yep. I didn't get it, but I was like, of all the times to pull that plastic thing down.
Okay, we have the vote. Marcia won the vote with 4 votes.
Thank you.
Yes. So I don't know how you guys want to do vice chair. Does everybody want?
I think we said we would do a separate vote.
Okay.
So I need. Why don't you just give me half a piece of paperwork?
Who are the nominees?
The nominees for who are the nominees for vice chair?
I nominate Jeff Diaz.
Okay. Are there any other nominations?
I nominate Jay.
Okay. I have a new best friend, DJ.
Go make it.
Everybody there for.
You didn't know you'd be a poll worker today.
Poll worker. Do you have people spell your name wrong all the time?
All the time.
Yeah.
And they say it.
Geoff?
Joffrey. Joff. Especially when Game of Thrones came. It didn't end well for him.
Turned out better. I get BJ. Had a
There's a song.
Mrs. Jones.
Mrs. Jones.
It's a song for everyone that's brought up.
I've been waiting to share that, talk about her.
Okay, we have the final vice chair vote in, and Jeff Diaz wins the vice chair with the majority vote.
Congratulations, Jeff.
Congratulations to you both.
So one of the first things that I need to do is, could you move to this seat, because as the vice chair, I need you to stop me from making mistakes. So John and I were kind of had a team thing going on, and if I start to miss something, it helps. Would you mind
I don't mind.
moving?
That's my normal seat.
Oh, it is, isn't it? Thank you, everybody. This is I guess one of the biggest honors I've ever had is to be the chairman of this commission. I really appreciate it. I'm probably going to need help from everybody, not just Jeff. All right, so here's your tag,
Thank you.
Vice Chairman.
Thank you.
The chairman tag's not in here. Okay, so we're ready to move on with our first informal appearance. Candidate A, are they ready?
So I have all of the names. Is Tabitha Davis on the Teams meeting?
Yes.
Is your principal broker also on the line?
No, she was unable to attend.
Okay, so you're required to have your principal broker with you for this appearance. Are they there in the office with you where they could come in?
No, it said in the email that I received that she didn't have to attend.
No, that's never the case.
Okay.
Okay, so to our attorney, do we need to reset this informal appearance for the next month?
Just log on.
If we do have 9 appearances today, so if you could get her to join you probably within the next hour, we can come back to you. You should have Aaron Smith's email. If you want to email him, he can try to make sure you can join at another time. They're not required to be here in person, but they are required to be on the Teams meeting.
And is your broker Cindy Justice?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Well, we're going to move you down. We have several informal appearances, and we're going to move you down if you can get her here and with Aaron's help to get online so that we don't have to push you till next month. Is that okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Candidate B, is Ashley Ramos on the line?
Yes, she is here.
Okay, is your principal broker on the line as well?
Here.
I'm actually here, yeah. My name is Gary Mochizuki. I actually typed in. I'm the one that did the recommendation for her.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, so how this is going to work is we're going to first hear from Miss, let's see, I need to write, Ms. Ramos. And you can tell us whatever you want us to know about what got you here before us today. And then after that, the commission members will be able to ask you questions about it. And then we'll move on to your principal broker and let your principal broker speak. And then there'll be time for the commission to ask questions of your principal broker. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great.
And I'll read a quick summary of the charges and then turn it over to Ashley. Ashley has taken the Tennessee Real Estate Acquisition Agent license. Her acquisition agent manager, Gary I'm going to butcher this, but Jerry Mozuki, is with Wyndham Resort, and a summary of the criminal and disciplinary sanction is child neglect theft. A statement and a letter of recommendation can be found in the packet.
Okay, Ms. Ramos, we're ready for you to tell us whatever it is that you would like to tell us about what got you here today.
Poor decisions, in a nutshell. I had just moved into a new neighborhood and had just met my neighbor. I had knew her previously. She asked me if I could babysit her kids or look in on her kids while she went to work for the evening. And I said that I would be up all night. I'd be unpacking because it was our first night there, and that they could actually come over because the youngest boy was going to be going to school with my kids. So they came over. She was supposed to be home at midnight. She did not come home on time. One of the other neighbors came over around 11 o'clock. She introduced herself, and we both took one shot of Crown Royal and drank a beer, and we stood there for about 30 minutes talking. Well, it was like right before 11 o'clock, and she had remembered that the news was on, and she always watched the news with her husband, so she went home, and this was like probably close to 10 minutes after 11. So a few hours later, I was unpacking everything. When we moved in, my kids didn't want to leave where we were living at the time, so I wanted to get their rooms unpacked and like the bathroom, the general areas first to make them more comfortable. So I was working on the bathroom. I went to their room, and they were playing Grand Theft Auto, and I never let my kids play that game ever, but the neighbor actually brought it over, and my son was actually stuck in between a wall and a light post. So I took the controller and helped him get out, and I played for a long time, and finally Mom, give it back, and I gave it back to him, and I laid there, and I ended up falling asleep. I'm there with them, and I had actually planned on going in there with them just in case I did fall asleep. It was getting close to almost 2 in the morning. At that point, the older kids were already half passed out in the living room watching TV, and I laid there with them. Probably 30, 45 minutes later, my dog barked, and I woke up, and there was a state police officer standing in the doorway. And I, of course, was, oh my gosh, what happened? Is everything okay? The mom of the other kids had driven home intoxicated. He followed her to my house. He walked in behind her thinking that it was her house. And subsequently, he asked if I had been drinking, and I was honest. I had taken the shot and drank the beer with my neighbor. So he arrested me for child neglect at that point. He also stated in the statement that the house was in shambles, disarray, which there were boxes stacked everywhere because, again, it was the first day. There was a box of pizza and some juice in the refrigerator because, again, first day, we hadn't finished moving. I had to finish moving, like the refrigerator contents and all of the second, last minute things. The next day we were going to finish. So I got arrested. I spent 10 days in jail. I got out. They had an entire year to indict me. They did actually indict me, and I had a public defender. He actually told me that I should take the plea deal for the probation, and I did that. Unfortunately, in that time when I was waiting for my hearing, my kids were not allowed to be around me. I had been a mother. Sorry, I start to get emotional when I talk about it. I became a mother at 17, and that was my whole life. All I had known was my kids. So when I had to live without them, I felt like I had lost part of me. So I started really getting into drugs and alcohol, drinking a lot. And now that's where the theft charges come into play. It was actually hard to even remember those charges because that time of my life is such a blur. I really don't, remember much of it. I don't know if that's kind of a protection thing for myself. But fast forward, I went to prison because I couldn't not use. So I went to prison. I got out. And I quit using drugs, and I'm 7 years clean now. In October is my anniversary date, and I think that's about it. Here we are.
Thank you. And I know that was difficult to talk about. Does anyone on the commission have questions? Okay. I wanted to ask you one thing myself. There was, I guess to our attorney, are we looking at two different counts really? Were they both felonies or the child neglect, was that a felony?
Yeah.
It was?
Yes,
okay.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. It was.
Okay. So if no one has any questions, we'll move on to your principal broker. And would you pronounce your name again for me, sir?
It's Gary Mochizuki.
Mochizuki. Okay, great. Can you tell us what you would like for us to know about Miss Ramos, please?
Absolutely. She's impressive. I've been around her for a few months now, and I've gotten to know her pretty well. Absolutely serious about it. She's moved forward since those things happened. In that time frame, she's gotten married, and she has a 2-year-old, I believe, at home. And everything I've seen for her exudes management quality. Wyndham Travel and Leisure prides itself on being the best in the world and having the best talent. And we basically have the motto that we change lives, we save lives. And it's a good opportunity for us to do it from within. And that's important. You know, I mean, everything she does as far as showing up to work, she's timely, she helps people. This is an opportunity for her to move into a different position that will generate more income for her and her family. And that's important to her because she does have the need to make it better, you know, and keep pushing forward. But I stand behind her.
Okay, do any of the commissioners have questions for the principal broker? No questions? Okay.
Make a motion to approve this applicant.
Second.
All right. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations, Ms. Ramos, and I hope that you will really listen to your principal broker and
Who made the second?
Joe did.
Joe did.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for sharing, Ashley.
Thank you so
And good
much.
luck to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right. You're welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting, or you can go, whichever you choose.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. So our next case, case C, library. Okay, so we have the same principal broker on this one. Ms. Maxwell, would you tell us what this one is about?
Informal candidate C is Mary Day. And
That's me.
yes, thank you. I'm gonna read a summary, and then I will turn it over to you. And if you could just give the commission a little bit of background. But Ms. Day has taken the Tennessee Real Estate Acquisition Agent exam. The firm is Wyndham Resort. A summary of the criminal and disciplinary sanction is trafficking drugs. A statement and letter recommendation can be found in the packet.
Okay, Ms. Day, would you like to tell us how what the circumstances were that bring you here today?
Okay. So, as a young adult, I think what ultimately led to those charges was traumatic experiences, not knowing how to deal with a lot of those. My brother had passed away, and I ended up in a bad relationship, getting mixed up with the wrong people, and ultimately it led to an addiction. And it eventually caught up with me. There was a woman that I knew, and she had got herself in some trouble, so she had agreed to work with the police to get a few other people, set up some other people, and I happened to be one of them, for trafficking, and I sold her some drugs, and it wasn't because I was a big drug dealer. It was more just to support a habit that I had on my own. And this all happened in Ohio, and being arrested and seeing the inside of a jail, I think, was really an eye-opening experience for me. I learned really fast that that wasn't a way to deal with my emotions and things, that are negative in life. And there had to be a new way. So I moved down to Tennessee here, away from everybody that had been influencing in my life, and for a fresh start. And I have been working very hard to do everything correctly. Since then, it's been almost 8 years that I've been clean, and I went back to Ohio to have those things sealed off of my record, and it was the same judge that I saw the very first time that he charged me, or that ruled over my my hearing, and afterwards he met me in the hallway, gave me a hug, and told me that I deserved this, that I deserved a new start. And so I'm hoping that you guys will feel the same way. Since then, at first when I moved down here, I attended many NA and AA meetings, everything I could get, and different classes and counseling, and continued working and tried to keep my circle of friends and family very small and just have only support in my life. Eventually, I've had a son, and he's 4 now, and now I'm looking for this opportunity to make the best life that I can for both of us, because I don't want to be that small percent that doesn't come back from a life like that. So I think that's about everything that's led us to here, generally.
Thank you for that testimony. Are there any questions by commissioners? Mr. Diaz.
I just wanted to ask a question about your subsequent hearing with that judge. Did you say that your record was expunged?
It was sealed. Ohio doesn't expunge; they only seal.
Counsel, sealed record like that, does she even need to be here?
Sealed and expunged are two different things, though, aren't they?
They are.
As it comes down to, does the statute say anything about sealed indictments? Or
Don't get me wrong, I appreciate her honesty, but
yeah.
I submitted that final documentation from that court hearing of when it was sealed.
Miss Day, it'll be just a minute. We have our attorney looking that up for us so we can be sure about it. Just a moment.
in terms of applicant, probably.
Ms. Davis, I apologize. I do see the documentation before us, and it does look like that the judge did grant that your conviction was sealed. Therefore, the informal appearance is not required. So I apologize that you had to appear today. That was an error on our part. My apologies.
Application.
Yes, your application is cleared to proceed.
Thank you.
A vote is not necessary.
Okay, Ms. Day, thank you. I apologize for that mistake, and congratulations on moving forward. Look to your principal broker and his guidance. And thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's move on to candidate D.
And we have candidate D here in person. They're local. So if Joe Miner and his principal broker. Y'all can also, if you want, maybe now that we have this whole computer situation, if you guys want to come right here, if that would be okay. And I'll just read a quick summary and then turn it over to you. Okay, before you have applicant Joe Miner. He has taken the Tennessee Real Estate Timeshare Salesperson exam. His principal broker, Christopher Claybo, is also here, and the firm is Wyndham Resorts Nashville. An applicant summary of the criminal and disciplinary sanction is deposit account fraud. A statement and letter of recommendation can be found in the packet.
What is the candidate's name again?
Joe Miner.
Joe.
Might be on there as Joseph.
Okay.
Or Joe.
Okay, Mr. Miner, what would you like to, you've seen how this kind of goes, so what would you like to tell us about yourself?
Yeah, absolutely. I've actually done this before 10 years ago for the same thing. So I owned a restaurant in Thompson, Georgia 11 years ago and prior. And I did not actually work in that facility of the restaurant that I owned at the time. I worked in Charleston, South Carolina, as a director of operations for a restaurant group there. I had hired a restaurant manager to run the restaurant at the time, and I was in the process of selling the restaurant, and he was still making food orders on our current business account at the time. Wrote 3 checks on that account for food orders to U.S. Food Service. Without my knowledge. By the time I found out about it, those checks bounced, obviously, because I was not keeping a large amount of money in those business accounts at the time because they were being sold. And by the time I found out about it, like I said, I immediately drove to Thompson, Georgia. They had already filed charges against the 3 bad checks. They were congruent. They were like right there on the same food orders. And paid the fine, went in front of the judge, paid the fines, paid the restitution, everything immediately that day. Did all of the probation necessary. I've worked for Wyndham for right at 11 years now. Within Tennessee as well as the state of Florida, with full real estate license in the state of Florida as well. So that's about it.
Questions from the commission?
Yes, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Yes, you said you did this 11 years ago.
11. I owned the restaurant 11 years ago. It did not get settled in court until like a year later. That's when the charges were in 2012 or 2011.
My question was, I think you made a statement at the beginning that you came before a commission. Is that
Yes,
what
ma'am.
you were? And what commission was that?
This one.
And you came before this commission.
So my license, I had a real estate license in Tennessee, and when a timeshare real estate salesperson license, when I moved to Florida with the company, I let that license expire. And so then I had to reapply because it had been expired for over a year. And so I had to reapply and redo the entire process again.
Thank you for that
Yes, ma'am.
clarification.
And did I see a hand? Steve?
You currently have a license in Florida?
It's retired.
Ah,
Yes,
okay.
sir. That's a full real estate license there. I had between 2016, between 2015 and 2019. We're close to 2020, and then retired it to move back to Nashville.
So you're saying that someone else wrote these checks?
Yes, ma'am, but it was on my account, so they got in trouble also. We pressed charges on that person. I'm not sure what happened with that side of that hearing, but I kept sign checks at the restaurant because I lived in Charleston, South Carolina. This was in McDuffie County, Georgia, so 3.5 hours away. So
So that was your problem, that you left signed checks.
That's correct. Yeah, it's 100% my fault. Obviously, was leaving sign checks there for things that they would need day to day to run the operation at that time, and then just trusted that person would either communicate to me when they were making larger food purchases or necessary funding that would need to be funded into that account.
So you left the restaurant business and went directly into work for Wyndham. Is that
yes,
correct? Ma'am. Okay. And what have you been doing for 11 years at Wyndham?
The most recent, prior to this tenure with Wyndham, I left Wyndham with COVID. They eliminated the positions at the level that I was. I was an area director of sales and marketing for the Orlando region of the organization. And then at COVID, those executive level positions, C-level positions got eliminated. And through the pandemic, I worked for a vacation club as a consultant, not needing a license for that type of transaction, and then just was recruited back by Wyndham recently. So
for 11 years, you were working for them. All that work took place in the state of Florida?
Tennessee. So I was with Tennessee until 2015. So from 2011 to 2015, or 2012 to 2015, I was in Tennessee. And then from 2015 to 2018, I believe, I was in Florida. And then from 2018 to 2019, I was back in Tennessee, and then back in Florida. So
were you licensed in Tennessee at the time you were working?
Oh,
in
yes,
Tennessee?
ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah, it just recently expired last year, my license here.
Steve?
Back on the check situation for a minute. It looks like you wrote 3 checks totaling somewhere around $1,700 or $1,800. Is that correct?
They were, I have it right here,
$533, $667, and $676.
Yeah, they were right there around. Each of them were somewhere around like a $500. It was like 11 or 12 years ago.
So,
yeah.
So when the checks didn't clear, why didn't you just pay the money back to the vendor that you wrote the check to and move on? Why did this go to a judgment and all that kind of thing?
Yep. So the person that was running the restaurant at the time, one of the reasons why he got in trouble also was in that situation. We're not in this particular situation, but the food orders that he made were not approved. And in fact, some of the food orders that he was making, he actually stole a lot of that food and took it to his home. So he did not communicate that to me. They were contacting the restaurant directly and contacting him. He was part of that account as well. So he tried to do his best to hide it from me at the time. Once I found out about it, I got in the car immediately and drove to Georgia, got an attorney, and settled it out immedied It was not if I would have known about it prior to that, definitely would have paid it before it even got to this point or to that point.
All right, thanks.
Yes, sir.
But you were arrested for it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I didn't I turned myself in with my attorney. So
what have you been doing the last year?
In the last year, I was working for my brother owns a vacation club in Nashville at the L&C Tower downtown. I was the chief sales and marketing officer for that organization.
Other questions? Okay, so we're going to move on to your principal broker, Mr. Claybo. If you would tell us what you want us to know about your affiliation with this candidate.
Yes. Actually, I've met Joe back in 2012 when I came to Nashville. He has been part of our senior leadership group over the years before he left. He was actually under my license right before he left, I think back in 2017. when I had taken over the broker position here in Nashville. Joe's a good friend of mine. He's a very a huge asset for our company. We're very happy to have him back.
Okay. Questions, anyone?
Move to approve.
Second.
All those in favor of the motion? Excuse me, I didn't say that. Motion was by Steve Gwynn and seconded by Stacy Torbett. Let's do that one more time. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Good luck to you, sir. Okay, so we're going to move on to candidate.
Tabitha Davis, is your principal broker present now?
Yes, she is.
Okay, we can move back to candidate A if that's okay with the chair.
Yes, that's great.
So I will read a summary of the charges, and then we can turn it back over to you. Ms. Davis is present with her principal broker, Cindy Justice. Ms. Davis has taken the Tennessee Real Estate Affiliate Broker exam. The firm is Synergy Realty Pros. A summary of the criminal and disciplinary sanction is theft. A statement and letter recommendation can be found in your packet.
Okay, Ms. Davis, have you been listening and seeing how this goes? Okay,
Yes,
great.
ma'am.
So we're ready for you to tell us what you'd like for us to know about this.
Okay. I worked at Walmart, and we were in a financial bind at the time. So I had conferred with one of my managers in the grocery department, the deli department, and asked if I could, get lunches until I got my paycheck, and then I would pay them back off. And she had agreed, and I guess Walmart caught on that I was not paying for my lunches prior or as I was getting them, and they let me go and charged me with theft under $500. I wasn't arrested, but I was sentenced to do 48 hours of community service and pay restitution, which I did within a year of the instance. And I was even going to pay Walmart the day of because my mom had just given me the money for my birthday, and they refused to take it that day. So.
Okay. Anyone have any questions? Was the domestic assault also a felony?
No, neither one of them were felonies. Both of them were misdemeanors. The domestic assault was just me and my husband got into a very heated argument.
That's okay. That's okay. That one really doesn't concern us. It's just the theft. Really, that's why you're here today. So let's hear from your principal broker, if we could. And I will say that we did not get a principal broker form on this one for their comments. Is that something that we're lacking from the file, or?
She said she didn't know a whole lot about me, so she didn't know what all to put as far as what to fill out on the form.
Number 5 does have the letter of recommendation, just the back.
I filled out the form and gave it to Tabitha, remember?
She just doesn't have the form. Okay.
Yeah, I don't remember. I'm sorry. It's not that I'm saying you didn't. I just don't remember. It's been a few months.
Okay. So let's see. This is.
I did fill out the form, and I'm happy to provide that.
Okay.
With
Is this
what
Ms.
my
Green?
knowledge of her.
I have it now. I have the form now. And this is Ms. Green. Is that correct? No, Ms. Justice.
Correct. I'm Miss Justice.
Ms. Justice. Okay. So tell us what you'd like for us to know about this candidate.
I've spoken to Tabitha a few times since she started talking about getting her real estate license. She is trying to make a change in her life for the better, and I believe in second chances, and I think, that she is really trying to get her life on track and take care of her kids and do what's best for her family. and I think she'd make an amazing agent.
Okay, I have that you said that you met her several months ago, onboarding with the real estate company. What did you mean by onboarding with the real estate company? What is that process?
When I met with her, of course, it's before she got her license, and she came to visit my company to see if we were a right fit. And actually, my mother sold Miss Davis a home about 4 or 5 years ago, I guess it was. But I had not met Tabitha myself until she came to the company and inquired about joining our team.
And what type of real estate business do you run, Miss Justice?
We primarily residential sales.
Primary residential.
And we do not handle escrow money at my firm.
Okay.
All escrow monies go to a title company. We never have the escrow monies.
Okay.
If that's the question you're asking.
Yes, and what about your training of new agents, especially ones that have had trouble in the past?
I train all my agents the same. That she will go through a 2-week in-office training, and as well we have a weekly training for all the agents, and then I have a private Facebook group for our agents with video trainings on there as well.
Great. Anyone have questions of this principal broker? Anyone have motions?
Motion to approve this applicant.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, a proper motion by Commissioner Diaz and a second by Ms. Smith. All those in favor of this motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? This motion carries unanimously. Good luck to you, Ms. Davis. I hope you are very successful as a realtor. Thank you for being here today. Okay, so we are back to E, candidate E.
Is Christopher Saunders on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, I'm going to read a summary.
Is his principal broker with him?
Yes, I do see Mr. Dagan Green on the line. Are you still present?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you. The applicant before you is Mr. Christopher Saunders. He has taken the Tennessee Real Estate Affiliate Broker exam. The firm is the Real Estate Firm, Inc., and the principal broker is Dagan Green. The summary of the criminal and disciplinary sanction is a felony drug charge. A statement and letter of recommendation can be found in your packet.
Okay, good morning, Mr. Saunders. How are you today?
I'm doing well.
Good, good. We're interested in hearing what you have to say about this appearance that you're doing today.
Okay. Just poor decisions, bad choices. I was lost, and now that I've gotten back into the Word, I feel that I'm found. And like I said, I was going through financial hardship, and really anything in Tennessee over 14 grams of marijuana is considered a felony, and I had like just a little bit over a half ounce, and they just charged me with the felony. So it wasn't like I was distributing drugs or anything like that. It's just the laws in Tennessee, I suppose. But I'm very remorseful for these mistakes that I made, because it's like forever punishment. Like every time that I have to ask for opportunity, I do have to explain these situations, whether it's housing, whether it's a job opportunity. And even though I done already, kind of like did my time for it or whatnot, it's kind of like a scarlet letter. It's a forever punishment. And I'm just asking for a second chance. I do believe in those. I believe that we all should be granted those, especially if you really are remorseful and learn your lesson. Like, I'm just trying to move forward and just do better. Since then, I done graduated college, started a media company, got certificates as a digital marketer, passed the real estate exam. So like, I really have been pushing forward and turning over a new leaf, done a complete 180 in my actions and behavior.
That's great. Congratulations. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Saunders? All right. Seeing none, we'd like to talk with your principal broker, Mr. Green. Could you tell us why you're interested in having this man be one of your agents?
Yeah, absolutely. So Chris and I have got to know each other over the last few months. I know this hearing's kind of gotten extended, and so we've been in touch. We've had several conversations. He's been, involved not just with me, but other team members, kind of looking through our onboarding process, and he's been very receptive to anything that we've asked of him. Hearing his story, kind of talking to him, and knowing that he has kind of pushed through, got a degree, and I know all of us look back probably in our lifetime, and we've all kind of either stepped directly in stupid or stepped around it, and had some close calls. And so my goal is to see somebody on the other side of that, and I feel like with our training, with our mentorship, with kind of our hands-on approach, that Chris will do very well, and we'll be glad to have him and walk alongside him as he grows in his career, and we'll make sure that he's doing the things he needs to do to be the greatest agent he can be.
How many agents do you have in your company?
We have roughly about 130.
And are you the principal broker for all 130?
No, I am the owner, principal broker for our main home office here in Knoxville.
And so how many agents are in that office?
We have, I'm going to say roughly 60. But we have several brokers here that are on staff. We have a broker team, but ultimately I'm the principal broker for this specific location.
Okay, and so he will be at your location?
He will.
Okay, great. Any questions from any of the commission members? Is there a vote?
To approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Torbett and a second by Mr. Diaz. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Good luck to you, Chris. I hope everything goes well for you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so now we're ready to look at candidate F.
And I don't know, we do have an appearance at 10:30 that is in person. So I don't know if we
Want to do that first?
I do know that the appearance is under a time crunch.
Right, and he's
Okay.
here. Okay, so we're gonna skip down to the 10:30 Arello. We have our CEO, Mr. Nick Rode, with us today. I know Nick. If you come up to the podium, I'm very pleased that for the first time that Arello is meeting in Nashville for our annual meeting. I think we have like 250 people here. So, Nick, we're glad that you could come by today and give a face to Arello, someone other than mine. So,
thank you, Ms. Franks. Well, it's a pleasure to be here in the great city of Nashville. I will tell you, you all know how to turn the humidity on down here.
Yeah.
I thought we had humidity in Indianapolis in the summertime, but this definitely gets first prize for it.
Yeah.
But thank you so much for hosting us in your great state of Tennessee and your wonderful city of Nashville. It's been wonderful working with Ms. Franks, who she and I met for the first time in July of 2019 when you were doing your CEO search, and 3 years later, it's a pleasure to be in front of your commission. The work that Ms. Franks and Caitlin and your other commissioners dedicate to Arello is wonderful for the state of real estate, not only from a regulatory perspective, but also doing the right thing for business to build better jobs and bigger paychecks. Because when there's equal and understood rules of the playing field when it comes to a regulatory environment, it allows people just like the licensees that were before you seeking licensure. Everyone has the opportunity to compete and contribute to their local economy, and we want to make sure that we remember that in the decisions that we make at Arello and the recommendations that we put forward from a regulatory perspective to all of our jurisdictions. So I just wanted to come and thank you for your participation and allowing your staff and your commissioners to participate. And when Ms. Frank's term is done at Arello and here at the commission, we certainly hope that you don't forget about us at Arello and continue to participate. So I just wanted to take a moment. It's been wonderful getting to know Ms. Franks over the last 3 years and developing a great friend out of it as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Nick.
So
Anybody have any questions for Nick?
Yeah, I know you all are under a time constraint, but I'm happy to answer any questions about Arello or what we do or why we do what we do, or, what do we, even though I represent Arello and, a number of jurisdictions, what do we do up north there in Indiana as well?
So Mr. Diaz has just asked me, what is the calendar for next year? So our mid-year meeting is in Boston.
Mid-year is in Boston, and annual will be in New Orleans. Montreal, sorry. Montreal. Well, Montreal is Montreal and then New Orleans. I'm building out in my head, and I just did an event review with our event staff prior to coming here all the way through 2026. So I've had a number of cities I've already talked about this morning.
Boston
is next year.
And it's in April?
Yes, it'll be in April.
And then Montreal will be in September. Okay. Nick, thank you for being here with us.
Thank you, Ms. Franks.
And I will see you, hopefully, in a little while at the Executive Committee meeting.
Absolutely.
Thank you
Have
for
a great
being
day, everyone.
here.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Does everybody understand what Arello is? I know when I became a commissioner, I didn't know what Arello was. So you're familiar with it, Kathy? Okay, great. Okay, we're going to move on to the next item on the agenda, which is candidate F, I believe.
Yes, we have.
Yes.
Is Kimberly Union on the team's meeting?
Hello.
Hello.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. And is that your principal broker behind you?
It is, yes.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'll give the commission a quick update, a summary, and then we will turn it over to you. The applicant is Kimberly Union, and I believe we might have a different principal broker on our file. We had a...
And Mike Howell as your principal broker, is that not correct?
He is not, no longer as of May 1st.
So give us your name again, the principal broker.
Kimberly Moyer, Moyer.
Okay, is the firm still Legacy Property Group, LLC?
It is.
Okay. Okay, Miss Union has taken the Tennessee Real Estate Affiliate Broker exam. The firm is Legacy Property Group, LLC, doing business as Keller Williams. A summary of the criminal and disciplinary sanction is delivery of Schedule 2 cocaine. A statement and letter recommendation can be found on the packet.
Okay, good morning, Miss Union. We're anxious to hear what you have to tell us about your situation.
Okay, so, what led me here were choices. I was young. I was trying to help my parents out, so I sold an illegal drug in 2014. I was charged with delivery, and I was given 8 years probation and restitution, which I did pay off. And sorry, it's been a long time since I've had to talk about it.
That's okay. I know it's hard. Just take your time.
So I did complete it early. I got off 2.5 years ago, early termination for good behavior, and all my restitutions were paid. And basically, I'm just trying to move on from all that. I was in school, so I did have to do like 105 days in jail, and the judge allowed me to complete it on weekends. And so I did that, and ever since then, I graduated my bachelor's degree, and I'm the head recruiter at Pemberton Truck Lines for the last 8 years, and I just recently moved to Pilot Corporation here in Knoxville, where I'm doing the same role. I'm just a recruiter at a different company now. Yeah, I think that's about it.
I can only imagine how tough that recruiting for truck lines job is. That sounds like a very hard job. Do any of the commissioners have questions for Ms. Union? Okay, I don't see any questions, Ms. Union. We're going to move on to your principal broker, Ms. Moyer, then.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
I can tell you that Kimberly took her exam in April and has been patiently waiting and keeping us up to date. She's very poised and professional, and she's eager to get started. She has kept that recruiting job for 8 years, like she told you, and she's now with Pilot, which is a huge company here in Tennessee, as you well know. We offer a lot of classes, and I'm very hands-on as the broker here. I teach 4 classes a week myself, and I have an open door policy where all my agents come in, talk to me, and I'm available nights and weekends. So I have met with her a couple of times over the past few months, and I don't foresee any problems with her. She has been the one that has kept me up to date. In fact, I didn't even know about this meeting until last week because we did change principal brokers. So she informed me of the meeting today, and I even used her link. So she's been very proactive and eager to get started.
Okay, great. How many agents do you oversee?
I'm about 172. It comes and goes. We lose some a couple of times, in the course of a month, and then we replace them. So we're averaging about 172.
And she'll be doing the Keller Williams training, I'm sure?
It's required. Well, we can't really say it's required, but we do have one mandatory class, and that is the contract class. But I will tell my agents that they need to get into classes and we need to stay in compliance. So yes, the agents here, the newer agents, know that I'm going to come down on them if I'm not seeing them in my classes. So yes, and they're also available through the Bearden location and all around the Knoxville location in the Smoky Mountains. So we do send them out to all of the training.
Great. Does anyone have any questions for the principal broker?
No, just as a technicality, Marcia, our statement is from the old broker. I don't know if we want to get that freshened up or not.
And let's see, that was signed, on what date did he sign that? Okay.
What's the procedure on that, Anna?
Oh, there's nothing in the laws or rules that requires that letter of recommendation. It's just something that the commission started asking for. The laws do require the principal broker to come before the commission if there is a felony or misdemeanor charge that is enumerated in our chapter. So for that purpose, this requirement is being met. This is one that we got the initial application June 30th. It probably would have been presented in July, and so we're a little bit delayed.
We need to just put a note in the file or something so there's no confusion that Mike Howell was not here.
It's more so written as like a letter of recommendation. Okay. So,
and since it's not required by statute, that's right. Kind of just something that we asked for, and so we didn't get the form filled out by this principal broker. I really prefer that those forms be filled out because the principal broker in all of these cases are so important and so key to our discussions. So I guess to our staff, please make sure that we get those. Any questions other than that?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Diaz and a second by Mr. Moffitt. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Good luck to you, Miss Union. I can feel that your heart's in the right place. So we hope we hope best wishes for you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we're going to move on to G, our next case.
Okay, do we have Lauren Gregory on the line?
Yes, I'm right here.
Okay, is your principal broker with you as well, Misty Hargis?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I will read a summary of your application. Miss Gregory has taken the Tennessee Real Estate Affiliate Broker exam. The firm is Misty Hargis, doing business as Elite Tennessee Homes. A summary of the criminal and disciplinary sanction is theft. A statement and letter recommendation can be found in the packet.
Okay, Miss Gregory, we'll let you go first and tell us what you'd like us to know about your case.
Okay, so when I was 19, it's been 8 years ago almost, I was in Walmart and never done it before, but for some reason I just decided I wasn't going to scan the items at the checkout. It was like $50 worth of stuff. It was so stupid that I did it, and I don't know why I did it because it was absolutely out of character for me. And I have since had it expunged. It's still kind of in the works of being expunged. I think that it's been mailed off to the TBI, so it did still show up on my background check. But out of character, would never do it again. Don't know why I did it in the first place at all. Just completely being stupid as a teenager.
I'd just say I appreciate your honesty on that, because we get a lot of excuses, and it's nice to have somebody say, you know what, I have no idea why I did that.
Yeah,
so
no,
thank you.
It was so...
And I'll also tell you, in my 9 years here on the commission, we've had lots of shoplifting cases when people were 18, 19 years old that has haunted them to this day. The absolute worst one I heard was a guy was so hungry, he went in a store, he was a student at UT, he went in a store, he opened a bag of peanuts, he poured a few peanuts in his hand and he put the bag back, he ate one little handful of peanuts, and he was arrested for shoplifting. So you're not the only one that this happened to at a young age. Any questions, anybody for Ms. Gregory? All right, we're going to move on then to your principal broker. We'd like to hear from Ms. Hargis about why she wants you as an agent, and a little bit about how she intends to train you, a little bit about her company.
Thank you. Lauren had came to me. Her grandmother, Debbie, is behind me here. She is one of my agents, and we've known each other for many years. And so Lauren came to me. She did tell me the situation. Said she immediately tried to pay for it, and they said no. Basically it was an area where they wanted to make an example of her at the time. So I do know that she is a very well-established person. She's a good mother, and she will be a great agent. She's very professional, and she and I we've actually been doing training while we've been waiting on this. So we have been meeting, going over stuff, going over forms to prepare her, for the time when her license would become active. I train my agents very much one-on-one. I used to be a broker of a larger exit franchise and manage 54 agents. I've since started my own office, so I have about 6 agents, and I like that because I enjoy selling real estate myself. So I'd rather have a small group that I can train one-on-one. So that makes it a lot easier for me. Like Lauren will get in the car with me, and she will go do some appointments with me. I do require all of my agents their first listing appointment. I have to be there with them. So I'm very one-on-one. We do a lot of different coaching things through Daryl Davis coaching, that we do videos and have online training and that type of stuff. So I'm very hands-on with my agent.
That's great. Anybody have any questions for Ms. Argus? Do I hear a motion?
Motion to approve. Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Diaz and a second by Mr. Begley. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Good luck to you, Ms. Gregory.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to move on to H.
Okay, is Fallon Sheehan on the line?
Is that one that was? Is this one have been added?
No.
Okay. I'm having trouble with
Is Fallon on the line?
Right here.
Okay. Is your principal broker with you as well?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I will read a summary of the application and then turn it over to you. Fallon has taken the Tennessee Real Estate Affiliate Broker exam. The principal broker is Kelly Baggett, and the firm is Renco Realty. A summary of the criminal and disciplinary sanction is theft, and a statement and letter of recommendation can be found in your packet or on your iPad.
Okay, and what was, Fallon, what was your last name?
Sheehan.
Could you spell that for me, please?
SHEAHAN.
Okay, great, thank you. So good morning and welcome to you. Would you tell us, you've been, I'm sure, watching this process with the other candidates. Could you tell us what got you here today?
Yes. I wanted also, I guess, to let the record reflect that I have not taken my affiliate broker's exam as of yet, because I'm waiting on approval first. But I finished my course. So my theft charge was a simple possession charge, and I'm sorry, it was a simple possession along with a misdemeanor theft charge from 2015. I was a single mom at the time with two young kids, made terrible decisions alongside with the father of my children. Fell into a very heavy drug addiction. I was an IV drug user for about a year or two. And of course, in order to pay for my addiction, I did turn to, shamefully so, the jewelry that my mother had that I was originally supposed to inherit. I took that and pawned it. Basically, to pay for my addiction. I told myself I would get it back, knowing that I wouldn't be able to do that. Anyhow, I was found out very quickly, and by the grace of God, I was arrested and booked and sentenced to actually 2 years. 2 11 months and 29 days sentences ran consecutively for my theft charge and my simple possession charge. I was addicted to prescription medication, pain medicine, and like I said, it had just completely taken over my life. My mother, in fact, was the one who pursued charges, and I'm very grateful that the detective saw something in me that I could not see at the time, sat me down for quite a while, but then offered me an opportunity to go and do a long-term treatment to save my life. I did that. I was accepted after about 4.5 months in jail in Montgomery County. I was accepted into a Christ-centered recovery home. I was only supposed to do a year there. I actually did 16 months there. I became employed. I was the first employed resident and patient of the facility. Things with my mother had not gotten any better. I did my very best and gave my best efforts to make amends. However, she was non-acceptant of that, and in turn had to save up money and fight my mother for custody here in Montgomery County. So in 2016, it was 2016, I believe, 2017, I'm sorry, I was awarded full custody back of my children. I have done tons of marketing and stuff for the program that I graduated from. I also went into a mental health and drug rehab facility as an admissions coordinator. So I saw firsthand everything that, I saw firsthand and was able to give back basically in that position. And then after a few years, I moved back to Clarksville. I got back into property management that I had done prior to my drug addiction. And I've worked here in Clarksville as a maintenance supervisor for the largest property management firm in Clarksville, and then later went to another property management firm and was assistant manager, and that's where I met my now broker there. And then she started her own brokerage, which is pretty amazing. And I've just been working alongside of her here with a few of our other team members and getting her new brokerage up and running. And I definitely would love the opportunity to pursue my dreams to do that one day and start off with being an affiliate broker under her.
Thank you. Any questions from any of the commission members? Mr. Ferris?
Thanks for sharing your story and being with us. I heard that correctly, that your potential broker is your sister? Is that what I heard?
No.
Oh.
No.
What did, correct me then, please, I'm sorry. Who?
I met her at the last brokerage that I worked at as the assistant property manager.
So you're not related?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Okay.
My mistake. Thank you again.
Okay.
Can you tell us a little bit about the assistant property management that you've been doing? What did that entail?
That basically entailed a lot. I ran the maintenance side of things. I also dealt with a lot of tenant complaints and issues, a lot of scheduling for all of the renovations for the turns. I worked with our investors firsthand on how they wanted to move forward with turning their properties, and I managed that whole aspect side of things, and also managed all of our contractors and vendors who worked for us in order to get our properties, not only to maintain them throughout, but also to turn the properties over to be re-rented again or get ready for sale, or once they were brought into our brokerage, to get them up and running to our standards.
And so were you involved in leases or accepting rents, or how do you do your rents?
No. Well, I no longer work for that brokerage. Kelly, recently she left and I left as well, with a few of our other agents that were at that brokerage, and Kelly started up her new brokerage now, which is not affiliated with any type of property management work. But no, at the prior brokerage I worked at, I was not involved in leases, or that was our manager, our property manager's duties.
And so if you're licensed, will you be still working in property management or selling, or what's your focus going to be?
No, there's no property management. We don't do any property management here at Renco Realty. It's going to be all real estate sales.
And is it mostly residential or commercial?
Residential.
Okay. Don't have any questions? All right. Ms. Baggett, could you tell us why you would like to have this agent come to your office?
Yeah. So I've known Fallon now for about 2 years. And since then, she has been very open and honest about her past. So I did know, as far as, the theft charges and, what that might entail starting this new brokerage, but she really does exemplify doing things right. And that's our slogan here at Renco Realty. I've been in the real estate business now for 10 years. I've worked with a lot of different characters. So that's kind of why I wanted to start my own. And I have 6 agents under me now. We've been open since April, and Fallon has been involved heavily with all the meetings and just really starting up a brokerage. So I know this opportunity for her would completely be beneficial for her future.
And could you tell us a little bit about your training?
So training, I don't necessarily have like a mentorship program, but kind of like the last case, I am very one-on-one. I want to keep my brokerage small just for that aspect. I'm not going to pretend like I know everything because I am a fairly new broker as well. But I do also have another broker in the office. She's not a managing broker or anything, but we're kind of all her mentors at this point. So not necessarily a training, but in order to get her up and running, yes, like we got that covered.
Right. So you're going to be like going with her on her first listing appointments, looking at all her contracts closely. And
of course. Yeah. We have our own, like auditing software, paperless pipelines. So we have definitely like protocols of what I need from each agent.
Okay. Anyone have any questions for this principal broker?
Real quick.
Yes.
Ms. Baggett, was your previous experience in property management? Did I understand that?
So kind of. I primarily worked with investors. Our previous company that we were at had, a real estate side and then the property management division. I wasn't necessarily in the property management division. I did deal, though, as far as when we had an investor buy a property, we would give that file to property management saying, hey, it needs this work, it needs this in order to get the rents up, or, all that good stuff. So I did work hand in hand with Fallon as far as, repairs and communication with clients.
So your experience then was not in residential, or was it in residential at the previous firm?
So, yes, residential. We had, me and my broker at the time, we had a pool of investors. So what would happen is that we would get rents, like a rent comp from our property manager, and we would do the numbers. And we would just slew through the MLS and, okay, hey, this one works for this investor. Let's reach out to him and they'll buy it. And then once it's sold, it was in Fallon's hands as far as getting it ready, for the market. So I guess not necessarily, I didn't deal with the leases or anything like that. I've had a touch in each industry as far as new construction and commercial, residential, investing solely, but no, as far as, I guess, only residential, that's not the case. I have worked in other areas.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions for either the broker or the candidate? All right, I have a motion to approve by Ms. Smith and a second by Mr. Moffitt. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Congratulations, and I hope you enjoy the real estate business.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Make your broker proud.
Yay.
Okay, thank you. we're gonna move on to our last informal appearance. Candidate I.
Do we have Tanel McGregor? Is that the correct pronunciation?
Danielle.
Tanel. Okay. And is your principal broker here as well?
Yes, I
Okay.
am.
Okay. I'm going to read a summary of the application. We have Miss Applicant Tanel McGregor and her principal broker, Louise Purser. Miss McGregor has taken the Tennessee Real Estate Broker exam. The firm is Keller Williams. The summary of the criminal and disciplinary sanction is bank larceny. A statement and letter of recommendation can be found in your packet.
Okay. So welcome, Ms. McGregor and Ms. Purser. We'll want to hear first from Ms. McGregor about these charges and what she's been doing since the charges and anything she'd like to tell us about getting a real estate license.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. So at the time, I was a single mother with no family help. I wasn't getting any help from the father of two small children. I was working as a bank teller, as an entry-level bank teller, while I was in college at the time at University of Memphis. And I made some choices, some very poor choices, to take from my drawers to help pay for cover bills and, expenses that I had, as a young adult. And I was fired and I was sentenced in 2017 to at home. I had to wear an ankle bracelet for 9 months. By then, I was married. I never stopped working. I always continued to work. I've been working in human resources for the last 6 years now. I work as a recruiter at True Green at this time. What else? I just want to make sure I tell you everything. I've always accepted responsibility. I was absolutely wrong, totally wrong. I was just young and dumb and felt as if that was my only decision at the time. But I've always taken full responsibility. Even when I work normal jobs, I always, if I'm asked, I'm always, honest, and I make those decisions on my own. But one reason I want to pursue, the main reason why I want to pursue real estate is because in my community, purchasing a home is a huge deal. And most of the time we are first generation home buyers. And I know when we purchased our home, that was like one of the biggest, that was a huge deal for us to be able to purchase a home for our children, a backyard, and actually be homeowners. So I want to be a part of that journey for others because it's rewarding, not only for you, but for others around you to know that it is possible. But yeah, I'm in a totally different place. I'm married. I've been married for 6 years. And I honestly, I don't think about it. I'm humble enough to accept that I've done what I've done, but I no longer persecute myself. I've made those decisions and I've moved on, and I'm a totally different person. So that's where we are.
So this was in 2014, is that correct?
Yeah, it happened. Yeah.
What have you been doing since then?
I've worked at different companies. I've worked as a human resource coordinator, and I worked at different companies as a recruiter. As a human resource recruiter, that's what I do now. I'm a human resource recruiter for True Green.
For what company?
True Green.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
Great. Okay, thank you. Anybody have any questions on the commission?
I did.
Okay.
Okay, I have one question. have you made restitution? Is that completed?
It's not completed. I'm still making payments. I'm about 65% complete, but that's a priority payment. Just like we pay our mortgage, we make sure that we make payments to that.
Thank you.
Ms. McGregor, will you continue your present place of employment, or will you totally stop? What's your plan?
The plan is to continue to work at True Green up until the end of the year, and then completely pursue real estate. My husband and I have discussed it, and that's where we want to dive full force. But I want to be able to, I won't regret it.
Yeah.
But the plan is to.
I think that's smart. Okay, so let's move on to your principal broker, Ms. Person, and a little.
Yes, absolutely. Came to us looking for a pleasant and going through this process. So we've met, and I've asked her a lot of questions, some of the ones you've just asked her yourself, and a lot of it has been, what is your plan, how to pay, make sure you don't miss payments on the restitution. Real estate's not something we can jump in and start making money. And so we've talked about all those things. Her husband is gainfully employed as a firefighter. And so they have a plan in place to make sure that nothing gets left behind as far as that restitution, because that's all Williams course. So our training is phenomenal. We have a place. I do trainings myself. I do orientation. I'm on call. I answer my phone 7 days a week. Saturday night, I was sitting here helping an agent at 10:30 at night. It just help, and I'm always here for them. So we have a lot of training in place for that, and I do answer my phone nonstop.
Great, because I'm a principal broker also, and we can. And I had two people to answer those because that's. I like your attitude about that because we do need to be 24/7. Does anybody have any questions of the principal broker? Or a motion? Oh, you have a question?
I have just find. Have I missed that?
Then, right?
Yeah, the
signed letter.
I'm sure we have it. I can double check with Aaron and just make sure.
In the packet.
Thank you. Thanks, Ms.
Any other questions? And do I hear a motion? A motion on. Okay. Ms. Tucker made the motion, and Mr. Moffitt made the second. And say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Good luck to you, Ms. McGregor. Thank you. At break, before we on 9, I'll see everybody at.
Total of licensees in Tennessee to 7 million, I think. Is that right? Everybody's licensed now?
Maybe only 45,000.
August meeting.
Waiver requests. And the education director's report, and then we're going to have our lunch. So I know some people are wondering about lunch. So, Ms. Maxwell, if we could do our first waiver request, please.
Okay. The first waiver request is from licensee Brian Pesterfield. On the form, we have the licensee expiration date and the E&O penalty. He has paid the penalty. He's now gotten his E&O back in good standing. The request is for a waiver of retesting, as this licensee was suspended during the 2021 E&O suspension. And so therefore, once you've been suspended for a year, your license goes into a revoked status. My understanding from his letter is he's also gotten up to date on the other license requirements. You will note he's expired. That's because he has not rectified the revocation because of the retest, which he's asking for a waiver on. And in the packet you can see a letter from Mr. Pesterfield, as well as his license information.
So we accept payments even from somebody who's revoked if we don't know if they're going to be.
So we typically, when the licensee is suspended or revoked for E&O, what we do is we send them out a letter to let them know about what, because the penalties change. And so often, you know, if they're have been suspended for 5 months, the penalty is going to be X amount. It's $200 to $400 for the first 120 days, and then it goes up $100 a month. And so we do send out that form. And then in this case, since he was 1 year, he would have to retest.
Okay, and what he says is that his money for his E&O, somehow the payment didn't go through.
With Rice.
And wouldn't they give him some sort of notification that his payment didn't go through?
My understanding is that Rice sends out the reminder, and we're on an E&O year this January, so this will all be happening in just a couple months. But they, through our contract with them, they are required to send out notice to every licensee that their policies are about to begin and that it's about to be a renewal period. And that goes out roughly in October, and it's required to be sent via mail. I think they also send email notices. I think, and some of you might know better if you have a Rice policy, that a lot of agents then either mail in payment or they go online and put in their information to renew their policy or to purchase a first-time policy. I don't know that they would send him notice that your payment didn't go through if he didn't click, you know, the final step, or if he didn't proceed. I don't honestly know the answer to that. I'm just...
Yeah, it looks like if your credit card is not accepted, it doesn't go through, and I mean, you know that, I would think. And then he says Trek never notified him or his broker, so we have record that we have notified him and his broker.
So we are required, when a license is suspended, to send 3 letters. And in our file, we do have those letters attached to his license. The letters are, one has to go to the firm, to the agent. One has to go to the firm's principal broker, and that's also sent to the firm. So 2 letters go to the firm, one addressed to the agent and one addressed to the principal broker. And then the 3rd letter is required to go to the main address that the agent has on file. In many cases, I believe that's their home address, but it's whatever they give us as their main address. And so we do send out those 3 letters. We also do send out email reminders,
That's after the fact, once their license has been suspended.
No, we do. I mean, we don't want people to get suspended. So we sent out, and again, we have to have your correct email for you to receive it, and you have to have not marked that you don't want emails from us. But we send out one at the beginning of January prior to running that suspension, and then another one right before we run the suspension, I think roughly middle of January. But again, I can't determine whether he got that because we would have had to have the correct email address.
Bounce back from it.
We do get some bounce backs, but I don't know if I could go that far back on our My Emma mailing.
And what about how long has he been? How long has he been licensed?
So I show that he's been licensed. His first license date as 2001. Let me see if I can quickly double check if there's been any gaps in licensure. I do show that there was a retest in 2016. So he was first licensed in 2001, and then it appears that he let it expire around 2004, and then retested in 2016. And then since 2016, there have been no gaps.
And has he had any discipline history?
He says he has.
Yes, let me just quickly double check.
So he was inactive from 2004 to 2016.
Yes. I do not find any disciplinary action. He did.
Yes.
So, Caitlin, when he paid his penalty of $1,000, did you accept the check?
So, we have a transaction that the E&O that we have to use for the E&O penalties, and so if you guys said no today, and he said, "Well, I no longer want to proceed," we would just refund his money.
Sending the money back.
Mm-hmm.
So why would he pay all these fees without resolving this issue first?
Knowing that he had to redo this in the
Correct.
past.
I mean, if he has
before,
if his license is basically no good, why would he?
And he had to
pays
retest.
E&O and pays $1,000.
Well, I think with the understanding that if he got approved today, then he would be able to get back tomorrow.
I think if I had to test twice, that it probably wouldn't happen a third time. I mean, you would think he knew that's what was going to happen. And he's stating in here, in our statute that, we do have the, we can waive the requirement.
And he says he made a mistake, but he doesn't. His letter doesn't start out that way. He says, but for some reason the payment did not go through. That doesn't make a lot of sense.
Because either the check, even if he sent a check, he would, you should know in his bank account that more than likely he went through the on-site, the online site.
Well, and then after you renew your license, Rice would send you a receipt.
Right.
Correct.
Right. I require my agents in my office to give me a copy of the receipt from their insurance companies.
So you could pay them back or not?
No, not to pay them back, just so I know they have their E&O because I'm responsible for them.
So he's caught up on everything, except he just doesn't want to retest.
He don't want to
He's paid his
retest.
penalties. He's done all the other stuff. He just doesn't want to have to retest.
I'm just wondering why it took him more than a year. Like what?
To notice?
To notice. Has he been practicing real estate over the
So
last
what he said is that he did get we sent another letter at the 1 year mark to let them know that their license has gone into revoked status, and he said that he did get that letter.
So you did have the right.
It could also
address.
be that his renewal came up. It does appear that he reached out to us in March.
Got the green card.
Let me see. His license expired this past April, and it does appear he kind of started to make contact.
So my question, Caitlin, has he been practicing? And where's his broker in this?
He does not state that in his letter, and that's not something that we.
Yeah, and that's
And has his broker, the broker or the principal broker also gets a violation, don't they?
They would also get $1,000 penalty.
Yeah. And so what's the status of that one?
We typically wait and handle them both together once we know what the agent.
Okay.
Because, in that first 120 days, whether the policy is backdated or not determines the penalty. So we try to handle them concurrently so that if the agent backdates their policy, both the agent and the principal broker only get a $200 fee. If they don't backdate it, then they both get a $400 fee and so on.
Bad news is if he has in fact been practicing real estate and something comes up, he's not going to have any insurance to pay the people back, or I don't know. I'm just shocked that after having to retest, that he would allow things to get to this point.
I don't know if I would call it having to retest.
No, he let his license expire and he had to retest to come back into the business.
Right.
Although I probably wouldn't pay.
So I think what he's claiming in his letter that is that he paid other fees when this suspension came up, thinking he was.
So he's been paying the MLS, and he's been paying. So he has been acting as a realtor.
That seems to me like he's doing the business while his license has been revoked.
And it just seems to me that he hasn't learned what the rules are.
Let's get a motion. I motion to deny this request.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to deny the request by Mr. Diaz and a second by Mr. Gwynn. I almost called him Mr. Steve.
Both are true.
Both are true. Okay. Is there any other comments or discussion? All right. All those in favor of that motion say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Okay. So Mr. Ferris and Ms. Torbett are no's, right? Is that all the no's? Okay. That motion carries 7 yes votes to 2 no votes then. All right. So we'll move on to the next one. Tansy Takayama.
So this is strictly a medical waiver request, and this is a request for a fee waiver. They have gone ahead and paid it, but they are asking for the late penalty to be refunded due to medical circumstances. So there is a statement on the first form, and then there is a letter from the licensee on the second page, and then the medical documentation for the request.
Okay, so let's get the facts here. So this was the person that had shingles, and it affected his eyes. He expired November 28th of last year, during the time that he had the shingles. He first consulted his doctor on December 7th. His license expired on November 28th, and he got medical help on December 7th. So 9-10 days right there. Want to have anything to discuss about this one, or what are your thoughts?
Well, I know somebody that had the shingles.
There's that whole time period, though, before his license expired, that he's been, I mean, he knows when his license is going to expire, I would think.
Yeah, I mean, typically a licensee does have 90 days prior to their expiration date to renew. Let me double check when he
It says August 18th.
paid.
The email.
Yes, the email
to Aaron
came in, and I can tell you when because he has gone through with paying, and is requesting the refund based on the circumstances. Yes, he renewed on the 16th, so it was all at the beginning of August.
And one thing that I noticed on this one, it made me kind of not feel good. was all of his medical. We got all of his medical records here. We really we don't need that information.
So with the rule does request that they send a letter, I believe, from a medical letter. Let me double check. But would you just prefer that we confirm that we've received it?
If we just had that first page, excuse me.
Yeah, just the first page letter. You know, I don't need to know if he's ever smoked or anything like that. So, or psychological history. That just kind of, we don't need that.
I think we want the letter.
The letter,
but not any
the medical documents.
True documents.
Okay. Yeah. The rule. So, but assuming Anna says it's okay, we can just confirm, because it does ask that they provide a signed doctor's statement attesting to the nature and length of illness.
I think to Mr. Diaz's point, though, is they did have 90 days before their expiration to take care of it. He went to the doctor on like 9 days later. Now, I have had shingles, and I've had shingles on my face, and I can tell you, I went immediately because it was like within a day's time, it was moving up. So I feel like this is secondary to his expiration.
Yeah, I'm not trying to minimize his ordeal. I'm just trying to say, this is a ministerial thing that
the timeline.
Most licensees of any experience are familiar with. They know it's happening, and they usually handle their business. It seems like he's trying to undo something with a subsequent medical issue that didn't prevent him from renewing his license before it expired.
Question?
We didn't get waiver request forms filled out this month to know those things.
They should be filled out. Did you?
They show up blank.
It's blank.
I think the issue is for some reason when we send it or we add it to the iPad, it removes the text that's in here because I believe it should be in the email. He is requesting a $700 refund, which is the late penalty.
Up by the 20th.
It's $50 a month for the first, I think it's the first 3 months, and then it goes up to $100 after that.
Oh, would anybody like to make?
So
you have a question?
So we're talking about how much money again? 700.
Mm-hmm.
He paid the 700 when?
He paid the $700 on August 16th
of
2022. Uh-huh.
Huh.
Tell me again when he was licensed. How long he's been licensed?
2017.
5 years.
When he paid the money, did he send any kind of a transmittal letter that said, I'm going to go in front of the Real Estate Commission to ask them to wait? I mean,
so typically what happens is after the applicant has been expired that long, they have to do what's called a request to reinstate in our system. And the reason we do that is because that allows our staff to determine if they're eligible for reinstatement or if they're past reinstatement and they would need to retest. And so at that point, when he did the request to reinstate, we sent him what he would need to do before becoming active. And I think it was at that point, after we communicated that, that he reached back out to us to say.
So when he reinstated, you basically say we will reinstate you if you send us a check for $700.
We just say, due to the length of time since your expiration date, this is the penalty. This you need to do. Sometimes they need education. Sometimes they need E&O. And so after we get that request to reinstate, we communicate what the current requirements are,
Which includes the $700.
which includes penalty fees based
Right,
on
okay.
the
All right.
time elapsed.
I'd like a motion.
We'll make a motion, see how it does. Motion to deny this request.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to deny by Mr. Diaz and a second by Mr. Gwen.
Mr. Steve. Whatever.
Mr. Steve. My U looks like a W, that's why I said Gwen. All right, any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Okay, we have a no from Mr. Ferris, Ms. Tolbert, and who was the other one? Okay. And John and Joe. Okay. All right, so that is a
6-3.
no, that's a 5-4 vote. So that motion passes. Okay, so do you want to do the education report real quick, or you want your lunch?
Can we do the education report while we have lunch?
No.
Done that before?
We're filming though. I mean,
Yeah.
let's do the education report, then we'll have lunch. How about that? Is that okay? Okay. All right, Mr. White, what do you have for us this month? Your microphone is not on.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman-elect and Commission. Appreciate everybody today and the end of the summer and my first day of my 34th year of state employment.
Good for you.
And then my 9th year as your Director of Education, beginning today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Moving right along, we did meet in July, and I prepared the document before you today for the agenda for the July instructors, courses, and providers. So that's under one tab of your iPad. Then for today, the August meeting, that's under a second tab of your iPad. Along those same lines, the instructor's background check for July is there, and also your instructor's background form for August is there. So you have those 4 items. And moving on, we'll look first, if you don't mind, at the July 13th, 2022 agenda. And with that, I have reviewed all the providers, instructors, and courses, and I present to you J1 through J30 for your approval this morning.
Did anybody have any of the classes that they wanted to pull for discussion?
I just took a little note of the title for J2.
I also did.
I guess they're trying to get people in seats. Ross, did they have any? What did you think about that title?
It's I see dead people and they want to sell real estate.
That course name is a little contrived, but as you read the comment, I think it makes sense. But yeah, it's I guess it's a way to advertise for interest.
So, is there 2 hours of content to teach people that when people die, they have to have the proper signatures? There was enough for 2 hours.
Yes, ma'am. There's two hours worth of course there.
Okay.
And they are a new provider for us. They're a law firm.
Go ahead.
Like on J12, let's say J12, crypto, blockchain technology, and purchasing real estate. So with our legal rules of holding escrow monies and title company monies transferring, and I mean, are we early on crypto? I mean, crypto and blockchain for escrow? I'm just asking, like, for my information. I don't know. I'm East Tennessee. I'm not fancy like Nashville.
I haven't seen any.
So classes like that, like, how do they
This is
escrows
just
entitled.
Commissioner, this is just an introductory on the concept of cryptocurrency and blockchain.
I would like to.
And I'm
That's what
wondering,
this- to me.
the
That's what this is.
instructor, this instructor was previously approved. So what are the qualifications for someone to teach? Just because you've taught another class, does that mean you're able to teach about cryptocurrency?
But we don't have any rules standing specifically on that, and it is certainly something new. So,
and I will say this comes from the Sumner County Realtors, and so I would think that they certainly have faith in this person. I don't know them personally to teach that class, or they wouldn't have put it forward. I don't think.
I think that's correct.
I move to approve J1 through J2030. J30.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion from Mr. Ferris, and the second was who? Okay, Ms. Torbett. Okay, any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, that motion carries unanimously. All right, back to Mr. White.
Move on to the August education report. I'd like to take the.
So I don't seem to have is the August in a separate bullet on the,
Yes.
okay,
Yes. Two down.
separate tab.
Instructors are as well. Whichever way you want.
Let's do the instructors first, just to be sure
All right.
that we keep it all together. Did anybody have any questions about any of the July instructors?
Motion to approve.
Right? Any discussion from anybody on those three new instructors? Okay. We have a motion by no,
Jeff made
it
the
was
motion.
Jeff and Ms. Torbett. A motion by Jeff, and then the second by Stacy. Okay. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Now we'll go to the August classes.
Thank you. The August 29th, 22 is before you now, and I have reviewed all the providers, courses, and instructors with this agenda, and I present those for your approval, A1 through A33.
Anybody have any questions or want to pull any of these courses? Okay, we have a proper motion by Mr. Diaz and a second by Ms. Smith. Any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, that motion carries unanimously.
May I ask a question?
Yes, you may.
Do all the instructors have a review sheet at the end of their classes, courses,
Don't have a review sheet.
or some way to review the instructors as students? Is there any
Like
feedback,
surveys?
surveys, or anything like that?
Don't have a standing requirement for that, but that's not a bad idea.
Typically, the local.
Although typically the local association does that, but
But they hold that information. Yeah.
So, is that something we need to pursue?
I've never been provided the information, but it is something to think about for improving education.
Certainly is.
I don't know the route to do that, but I do think that's important, that we get feedback on the instructors that we're approving, we're approving them assuming that they do what they say they're going to do on the documents that we have in front of us. I don't know what the system would be, but I would like to know if that would be a possibility.
I think some of the thought in the past has been that like the market will handle that. Like if you're not a good instructor, you might take the course once and then say I didn't get anything from that, and so I'm just no longer gonna take in courses by that instructor or courses by that provider. But I don't know if that would need to be a rule change because that's not currently required by law or rule.
So is that something that we could ask staff to look into and then maybe report back to us at the next month's meeting about we could do a rule change or we cannot do a rule change?
Yes.
Okay.
Also, you in touch with the?
I am. We certainly could do.
There's a lot more schools than there are associations.
And that's my concern.
Yes.
I guess that's where I'm coming from.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess same thing. If they're going to qualify for CE, they got to do an eval, don't they? At the end.
Don't. I mean, associations may have some type of rule.
Got to do what at the end?
Evaluation.
Oh, yeah. Most associations require it, but
Right, but we're not necessarily dealing with associations all the time.
most we are.
And I do think I was going to talk a little bit about CE broker under my report, and I can definitely look into this and we can come back next month. But I think they also have a rating system, so where licensees could rate a course through their system, and they have a course listing. So I do know there are some different where, even though it's not required in our rule, licensees would have the option to do that there.
So are you talking about like a formal evaluation or something that's...
We just like to know what's possible. It may not be possible.
Are you just talking about something that's informal, that's done like after a class?
So that when whatever school or teacher, instructor sends in they have to send it into the core system, correct?
That would be CE broker.
Well,
Do they upload it to the CE broker, not core?
CE broker.
So the provider uploads. It's exactly the same where you take a course and the provider submits it on your behalf.
So it's the provider submitting it. So if they got a lot of bad feedback, are they going to want to give us that bad feedback?
No. What I'm saying is, as a licensee, there is a course listing, a search listing, not separate from your education history. That's a searchable course listing that I believe, and again, that's why I said let me come back next month. But I believe that the licensee can go to that course and rate it outside of what the provider submits.
It's just something as simple as that would probably help us. So just if you could next month, just y'all talk and let us know. Anna?
I get what would be done with said feedback. I guess my question is, I'm just like trying to get like a feel for, are we just wanting to get the feedback?
I think the feedback would help Ross is if Joan Smith said, I want to teach these other classes. He might look into my ability to teach those classes a little stronger if my rating wasn't as good.
So that would almost need a rule for you to say you fell below the rating.
Maybe I've opened a can of worms.
But they have to re-up every 2 years, right, Ross?
That's correct.
Okay.
So that's the point where I'm thinking maybe, it kind of looks like we look at past discipline and stuff like that. So.
Yeah. I think that could be why some of the providers are asking for those evaluations, because if I went there and I taught the course and all the students are saying this provider or this instructor was...
You won't have them back.
Boring, didn't hold my attention, then as the provider, they likely wouldn't have them back. I think some of it is business versus...
I guess where I'm tying this into is, and I'm jumping to the next report, is we always see the report that says so many people took the exam and so many people did not pass the exam. So as a student, where would I find that information? Obviously, if I'm a new person wanting to get licensed, I want to go to someone that's going to train me the best for when I take my test.
The pass-fail rate report is on our website. I've noticed it before in my newsletter, and I think We did talk about having that just be like a standing placeholder in the newsletter to always have a link to that.
Does the newsletter go to all licensed agents?
It goes to all that we have emails for. And believe it or not, a couple people have said they do not want to receive it. So you receive it if we have your email, and then if they've said they don't want to receive it, then we're on the do not send list.
Yeah. And I'm not opening for making changes. I'm just asking for my benefit. Thank you.
One more question.
Yes.
Does the pass-fail rate is just lumped, correct? It's the number of people that passed versus the number of people that took the exam?
There's also a report. I summarize that for you guys so you can see overall this is the number of people that are passing it and this is the number of people that are failing it. But the one that's published online is by provider.
Ah, okay.
That's what you would need. So that's good information to get out to our principal brokers too. Okay, so did we vote on the classes? Okay.
Hadn't done the instructors yet.
All right, so now we need to do the instructors for August. All right, we have a motion to approve by Ms. Smith and a second by Mr. Begley. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Everyone.
Core course under his.
Yeah, and you have core course underneath your reports that you were wanting to talk to us about.
Yes, ma'am. I wanted to discuss just briefly with you. At this time each year, the commission decides to move forward with the next educational cycle's core course, which is going to be the 23-24 core. The current one is listed on the website, and the last 2 years, nothing was changed because there weren't any real changes in rules and policies and so forth. So the commission adopted just to keep the same. So we've had the same core course now for 4 years. So moving forward, now's the time that I get requests from providers. They're trying to prepare their next core. They're trying to write it, get it ready, market it, so forth. So, and then of course they have to send it to us to be approved for the next 2 years. But regardless of that, today is the day I think I wanted to present to the commission. Would you like to keep the current core, or would you like to look into changing some things about the current topics? Again, that will have to be reviewed by legal. I'm not sure that you want to change anything or you have things to add, but at this point, we need to think about that. And we will not be meeting in September, so if it's approved at all, it's going to be in October now. In that way, I assume that's going to give them time, but I'll be getting questions from providers. When will this be approved?
I think that before we just carte blanche say, let's just do it again, I would like for the commission members to have that, it's like a little, a listing of what's required in those courses.
Right.
And I would love for everybody to have that information before we just say, yeah, we'll do the same thing again, in case something is not needed or something needs to be added.
It exists now on our website,
Okay.
the outline for
Okay.
both residential and commercial. And that's what we adopt every 2 years. So if there are other things.
When do the instructors have to have their classes turned into you?
Well, generally they'll start coming in November, December for the core, for the next core. But it's the providers that turn them in, the instructors teach them. Yeah.
Is it, in your opinion, is there anything that needs to be added to the core class or anything that needs to be taken away?
Well, I again defer to legal. I don't think we had any major rules. However, there may have been some statutory things that need to be added or considered within that outline.
So is there a section in that outline that says legal and rules? Laws and rules?
There's section that deals with rules and laws
Okay.
and so forth, but I don't know of any substantive changes that you all would want to look at. I don't know of any.
We can have this printed out and get it to everybody before we're back for the next.
That'd be great.
Before November, is that what you're talking about?
I was talking about today.
Today.
Oh, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Are you wanting a listing of the current topics?
Mhm.
Yeah. We can do that right now.
That would be great.
So the requirement for the core course is they have to cover the topics, and you leave it up to the providers to design their core course.
That's
with
how it
those
has been
topics in
done,
mind.
yes.
And the commission decides what's going to be required in that core class.
Okay.
That's why I just hate the carte blanche without seeing it. Just say,
Right.
okay.
But just in terms of the topics, we're not
Yeah.
writing the questions.
Yeah, so if we could get that today, that would be great.
Okay.
Maybe after our lunch. Is there anything else, Mr. White, that you need to bring to the commission?
I think that the executive director is going to bring this up, but we're in the renewal year, and so in the next few months we're going to have the renewal for the courses and the instructors for the next 2-year window, and that's it.
Questions, anybody? Jeff? Okay. How long do we need for lunch? 10 minutes.
We got people sitting in the audience.
Yeah,
I know,
10
I know,
15
I
minutes.
know.
I mean, I'm
And I'd like to say hello too, and I missed this to everybody that's in the audience today. Are you all here to get CE credit for attending the class? Good for you. Good for you. We appreciate you being here.
bring the donuts out there.
Yeah, bring the. We do have some donuts that we can give y'all that we didn't eat if y'all want those. But I think the quicker that we can get through our lunch, the quicker we can get through the day and everybody can go. So let's do 20 minutes. And so let's just say 12:30. 12:30. Outline on the
I have
floor.
it printed. I was gonna, if it was okay with you, I was gonna do my report, and then when legal started, I'll run up there and get it.
Okay, that's fine. All right, so we'll start your executive director report then, please.
Okay, yes. I just have a couple updates for the commission. One, unfortunately, is an ongoing issue that we experience from time to time, and it relates to the 120 hours. We have recently stumbled across a group of licensees that our renewals are on an auto renewal basis. And so the way it should work is that we have our checklist items that, let's just say you've done your education, you have your E&O, you're affiliated with an active firm, you pay your renewal fee, you should automatically renew. If you don't have your E&O, that line item should be red and you should not be able to renew. The system has always had a little bit of trouble with the 120 because the renewals used to be on an annual basis, and then the law was changed to make a renewal on a biannual basis, but the law did not account for that with the 120 hours. So the law says when you upgrade to a broker, you have 3 years to complete the post 120 hours. So we charge a late fee if a licensee completes their 120 hours after the 3rd year, but before the 4th year. And then if they have not completed them by the 4th year, they are subject to a downgrade and retesting, or they can just downgrade and renew their license as an affiliate broker. So just recently, we stumbled across some people that upgraded around the time when we switched over to core, and that did not complete their 120 hours. So I've had my staff go through, we did a project to go through and double check all of these individuals that upgraded from 2015 to 2018 to make sure that all 120 hours were completed. So we know of at least around 50 that did not. And for example, one individual that I have been going back and forth with upgraded, I believe, around 2016 and only completed 75 hours. Well, they were able to, the system allowed them to renew in 2020, and then this year their license came up for renewal and it flagged it. And so our licensing staff brought it to me to say, I don't know how this happened, but they renewed in 2020, but I can now tell they did not complete their 120 hours. And so I'm just trying to figure out what to do with these individuals. I've been going back and forth with this individual. Had it been caught in 2020, they would have had to downgrade and retest, or just remain an affiliate broker until they decided they wanted to be a broker again. So this individual has kind of been going back and forth with me and believes they should only have to do the 45 additional hours. The way we have historically treated it is when it's caught, they retest, and the 120 starts over, and they have the 3 years from the date that the retest is approved. I've talked to legal a little bit about these individuals. I had thrown out the idea of potentially treating these almost like we do advertising and offering them an agreed order that would lay out the terms of completing the 120 hours. And if the 120 hours wasn't complete, and I had thrown out the idea of 6 months, then they would be forced at that time to downgrade or retest if they wanted to remain a broker. But I wanted to present it to the commission just because we do have, unfortunately, we have people that, completed 118 hours. And then we have people that completed 20 hours. And so it is a little bit all over. When our staff looked at it, we calculated how short each individual was. So I just kind of wanted to present it to the commission, as it is. When I spoke to legal, I'm not going to put words in Anna's mouth.
I was going to say, what did legal say? What was their opinion?
Well, I tend to take a pretty hard line approach to it, which is not exactly aligned with Caitlin's, in that when you agree to do the 120 hours and it's not completed, then even if the system makes an error, once that is realized, your license is to be downgraded. However, I also see the same point of view of that the system did not catch the fact that your license should not have been renewed, for the fact that the 120 hours has not been corrected. So I do understand Caitlin's point of view of wanting to allow an individual essentially grace to complete the 120 hours within an extended point of view, extended amount of time. So,
Mr. Diaz.
So, Caitlin, has anybody made the contention that they did complete their 120 hours? So
No.
So everybody admits they didn't do it.
No. So the individuals. So what happened is we've had a few individuals that this has come up, and I just kind of thought, where there's smoke, there's fire. If there's a couple of these people that the system didn't catch, there's probably potentially a larger problem. And so from there, I had our IT team pull anybody that had upgraded from 2015 to 2018, and then our staff checked. So these 50 plus individuals, some of them have been contacted based on their renewal coming up, but some of them have not been contacted.
So some, can you quantify? Who knows? Who doesn't know that they're?
I would say 10% no, and 90% do not know. I was wanting to treat them all
Same. That's
exactly
important.
the same. And because I've been going back and forth with this one particular individual, I felt like, one, that's not feasible. It would be better to handle all of these at once through a process like the complaint and agreed order process, which would also better allow us to kind of track who complied and who didn't. And it also just, this licensee and I saw it differently. He felt like he should only have to do 45 because he did do 75, whereas in the past we have treated these when the system has caught it. They've been forced to downgrade and retest, and then at that point the 120 starts over.
So it would be unfair to those people who had to follow the statute and do what it said. For those people who had to do that, and now we're going to let loosen up and we have another set of rules for these people. I'm just so one of the things that on this commission that has been very important to me is that we, if we file $1,000 for an advertising, or lack of supervision, we need to be consistent on these things, or we're going to get in trouble, because then they'll say, well, you didn't charge that one $1,000 for the same thing. This is looking kind of like the same thing to me right here. Are any of these people principal brokers?
I don't have that information in front of me, but I would
That's
assume.
the scary part.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's
Because most people are not getting their broker license just to have a broker license. They're getting a broker's license to become a principal broker.
Right.
9 times out of 10.
That was the one part that I did understand and agree with Caitlin's point of view in doing the agreed citation point, is that if we do have an individual that is a principal broker, requiring someone to automatically downgrade in the event that there's not another broker at the firm in that situation, we're leaving a firm without a broker.
No, they are leaving their
They're
firm
leaving
without a
firm
broker.
Without a broker. So if that situation were to occur, I agree with creating, wanting to have the same kind of following the same precedent, but I do think that for those situations we should create some kind of mechanism to allow them to have the firm to be able to continue in some form or fashion, especially if we're talking about earnest money.
I'm worried about somebody who has cheated the system. I'm worried about somebody that has 20 hours of the 120 hours, and now they're a principal broker. What are they teaching their agents? So this is a huge problem in my eyes, that you've got companies that would have a principal broker who wouldn't even do their 120 hours. I mean, it's required. So what are they teaching their agents? To me, this is.
It also says, they knew going in that they had to do the 120.
Yes.
And just because the system didn't catch it, they should have still done it.
That's like the bank didn't catch me, but yeah, I still owe.
So, I don't have a lot of sympathy. Now, Caitlin, did the flaw with the system or whatever end in 2018?
So I know there's no longer this issue because it is catching the licensees now. We transferred to core in 2015, and I just don't think at that time that they had set up this requirement correctly.
So you could potentially have 50 people that have been holding themselves out as a broker for 4 years who knew they should be taking 120 hours and didn't do it. Is that the bottom line?
Most of these people,
cheating.
They have 3. So even though they upgraded in 2015, they should have had until 2019 with the 3 years, and then that extra year until their renewal. But still, yes. I mean,
so even if the last one was in 2018, they had 3 years from that point, right? Which is
21.
So they're probably a year beyond
Yes.
even those late.
Latest ones.
Yeah.
See, for me, this boils down to maintaining the license belongs to the licensee, right? I mean, it's not our responsibility. It's not a piece of software's responsibility. It's the licensee's responsibility. So they know they needed 120 hours. It's in the statute. It's in the statute what happens when you don't get your 120 hours, right?
I mean, I would say that part is, it says, I'll just pull up the law.
Because I hold a broker to a higher standard than I do an affiliate because they have an elevated license that gives them different types of employment than what an affiliate has. That gives them the ability to run a company.
I think my perspective that I shared with Anna was I think if we were to immediately downgrade all these people, I'm concerned because the license is a property right, and then I'm also concerned because they have 20 agents affiliated with their firm that really had nothing to do with the fact that their broker didn't do it.
Oh, but it's not our
They'll go to another company where they've got a broker that follows the law.
They got 10 days to move their license.
Caitlin, so say this is a 3-year period, and I'm not tracking every class I take, and I'm up to 90, 118. Was there some clear, specific way that I knew I was cheating at 118, or did I just think I must have got it because the system says I got it, so I must have got to 120?
You had to certify it, didn't you?
You should be able to have seen your education. What do you
so
think?
it was still showing correctly on the education requirements.
It was showing their history. Now, when they renewed it, but
My question is, the 118 person, did they blatantly know that, or is it just like they kind of? I mean, I would have probably just figured I'd gotten it because I'd taken 118 hours, and it's saying you're
Wouldn't you want to
good,
be
and I'm
sure,
like,
though?
Great, I'm good.
Wouldn't you want to be sure?
Well, I mean,
If you lose your license over it?
See, that's probably like that. That's like the issue is you're supposed to. So when you agree, like the agreement is within 3 years you are to complete the 120 hours, and so within those 3 years, the person is supposed to have completed those 3 hours. So the 120 hours. So, I mean, you either complete it or you don't.
My question was when they logged on, did the computer glitch indicate that I had completed that or not?
I don't think the computer is going to show you.
You would have to count up your hours.
The
verify.
computer is not going to show you that you've completed 120 hours.
When you're doing 120 hours, let me tell you, you are watching to make sure. I got 3 more I've got to get. You know if you've completed your 120
I might be the most recent person on the commission to have received my broker's license, and I can't remember when it was issued now, 22, earlier this year. I was counting and recounting.
Yeah.
And waking up in a sweat, can't be a commissioner, especially, and not get it right. I'm sweating now if I got my right.
Can we check DJ stuff?
I mean, come on.
You don't have to be a broker to be a commissioner.
I know I'm not the only one, who is out there doing that. I mean, all of our colleagues count.
Why'd you get a broker's license?
I just wanted to further my career a little bit and just sharpen up and
was there
invest
any question in your mind how many hours you needed?
Zero. Now, I mean, I having said that, I know. I mean, I know, and I'm not special by having done that. That's everybody else does.
Everybody has the opportunity.
But I do. I mean, I do think, is it fair to now make that guy who's done 75 hours do 120 more to where he's done 195 hours? I don't know.
Did he learn from the first 75 what the rules were?
It's Matlock.
So I'm foreseeing some potential issues. I understand that with the 120 hours, the individuals they know that they're supposed to complete it when they agree, when the agreement is made. However, downgrading 50 licensees in whole automatically at once, I think may be an issue.
For who?
For the licensing staff.
Question. What does it say about if you don't do the 120?
I mean, if you don't.
In other words, if you say there's an agreement, there's.
So when when an individual essentially makes the agreement to be a broker, you are making agreement that you will complete the 120 hours within 3 years. And so, in this ideal world here, what would have happened is that they would, like in Monopoly, they would not have been able to pass go. But here, they were allowed to pass go.
But it seems like there's got to be some language that says if I don't do the 120 in the 3 years, what happens?
Well, that's how it is now. We're not exactly.
Where is it?
We don't have any.
So on this.
The law says within a period of, I think that says phone.
But it's got to have some kind of a default.
It says
clause
within
or
a period of 3 years from the date of issuance of an original broker's license, the licensee shall, as a requisite for the reissuance of the license, furnish certification of satisfactory completion of an additional 120 classroom hours in real estate at any school, college, or university approved by the commission.
So that if you don't do the 120, then it assumes that you get downgraded.
Page 29.
It is as a requisite for reissuance.
So if you're not, if it's not page 29, we're looking at 62.13.303H. In the
second paragraph on page 29.
In the green book.
Oh, yeah.
303H. In the red, it's around page 29.
So in the real world, you take your brokers, you take the education, you take the broker's exam, you're issued the license.
Right.
And you have that license for 3 years to get the 120.
Yes.
So in the reason why you get that 4th year grace is because it's the reissuance of the license. You have to complete the 120.
Yes.
Sum it up?
Yes.
And so if you didn't, you wouldn't be able to pass go.
Well, and it says they shall furnish certification of satisfactory completion.
Right, and so you wouldn't be able to. That's how it is now. But at this time, when this happened for these 50 brokers, didn't catch that. And so that's how we ended up in the situation we are here.
And I do believe I kind of came to my idea 2 ways. One, my understanding from before I was here was that on the old system, they occasionally had to treat penalties this way, where it was kind of a complaint and then the penalty was charged that way. And then also our accountancy board has the licensee attest to their education at renewal, and then they do a random selected audit, and they audit a percentage of licensees' education. And then if the licensee didn't comply with completing their education, they eventually do open up a complaint if they don't supply.
So all of these 50 licensees that are brokers right now, they're all past that.
They're past the 3 years.
Past the 3 years, past the 4th year?
Yeah, some of these should have owed it in 2019. Some should have owed it in 2020. It's there. They're already on there.
They could have 400 agents under them.
The problem is we did not do what we said we were going to do in I, correct?
We reissued yes.
Commission shall at least 6 months prior to the deadline required, notify each licensee.
Oh,
Is that, do we do it or not?
that is an automated letter that does go out.
Did that go out?
I can spot check a couple of these, but it does go out 6 months prior.
I thought that was the whole problem, was that they didn't notify, they were not notified via the system.
No. The problem is when they went in to renew, it should not have allowed them to renew, and it did.
After the 3 years, but we don't know whether we did I or not.
I'm checking.
So, and thinking that this.
So, I'm my Caitlin's original request was going to be for an agreed citation to have them complete the 120 hours within 6 months. I was going to bridge the gap and do it within 3 months.
Okay, now I'm with you.
That was going to be my request, is cut it in half.
And I would go one step further. If any of these people are principal brokers, I'd give them 30 days.
Okay, I have a question. Are you suggesting that we ask them to finish their 120 hours or begin and do 120 hours in this period of time?
I think that needs to be clarified.
So you're asking us to go outside of statute and give them this grace period?
I am, due to the error in the system.
Do we have the right to do that, though?
To go outside of statute like that? I mean, it's not likely somebody's going to call us on it, but that doesn't mean we should take liberties with it.
This is our Bible. I have so many things flagged.
Once famous John said, "We're the commission. We can do what we want."
That's right.
Where is it?
I think,
at home watching us saying those very words.
Do you think we would have the authority, based on the fact that they didn't do the requirement, to just downgrade them, though?
I mean, the commission has, the statutes are there. It's already. So the issue is the issue is it's already been violated, essentially, with the issue. Like, we've already had, the individuals have already gone past the statute. And so technically there is, hold on a second. Technically there is an error on the system's part. And so we've already got essentially a violation. And so if we're trying to remedy the situation, I do think you do have discretion, but it is within your right to say yes or no. I don't think someone is going to say it's an extra, like, judicial overreach to give a liberty to say, hey, we're giving you extra help. But if you want to tell them no, you are well within your right to say statute says no.
But what are the rights of the licensees if we downgrade them? What's their opportunity on the other end?
Their option, if we tell them no,
yes,
then they would have to.
It's not a citation.
If they say no, if they say no to the citation.
If we downgrade them,
correct,
like we're supposed to,
yes,
their remedy after that is what?
They would have to do the same thing as the 120.
They'd have to appeal it.
And do the test again?
They would have to do the test and do the 120. They have to do it over.
Have a remedy in Chancery Court?
No.
No.
Not to my, no. Right, so that, like, the thing is, this would what we're doing is essentially offering them something that is
relief. And
yeah.
and
And
only
it's like, it's either you say yes, like, hey, this is what you can do, or we just downgrade your license.
So, I don't believe they acted in bad faith when they renewed. I don't believe that. But I also don't relieve them of their responsibility to know their how many hours of education they got.
when they renewed, they checked the box that says that they had all the education required. So it was intentional.
Well, yeah. I mean,
You don't forget that you're missing 2 hours or 100 hours.
Yeah, I mean,
I
for
might
me,
forget I was missing 2. I don't think I would forget I was missing 100.
yeah. And for me, it falls back on the licensee to maintain their license.
I think it would be
Isn't
good
that the
to,
least they're expected to do is to maintain their license?
Caitlin, would it be a lot of trouble to like have a schedule of what we're looking at here? I mean, we have 50 people, and how far off is it? Is it off 2 hours a person, or is it off 100 hours a person?
Said from 20 to 100.
I know, but I mean,
I can't,
I-
I don't think you can separate that. I think it's either.
I have a spreadsheet, but yeah, I mean, I can just kind of go down short 85 hours, short 13 hours, short 15, short 13, short 23, short 82, short 42, short 1.
I don't think we would be, are we going, I thought we were discussing just like a clean slate for each
Everybody.
person.
I don't think we can individually do the cases.
That would be,
I think we have two decisions to make. Either we stay with the statute, or we discuss the time frame, 3 months to renew. And I'd like to put in, if you're a principal broker, 1 month to renew. I don't care. Yeah, it's hard, but they are over their whole office. You better believe if I was in that position and you gave me 30 days, I'd be done in 10.
Okay, my next question though goes back to, are we saying finish up the hours you've already received, or are we starting over with 120 hours? I think that's a big question in time frame.
Not just the hours, but they got to retest.
I think right now.
Talking about if we negotiate an agreement.
Mm-hmm.
well, I think the first question we need to answer is if we're going to do it, period.
I am in support of acknowledging there was, however, you need to acknowledge it with limiting the exposure to the commission and the state. To say, hey, this didn't catch it, and then offering them a period of 3 months for which to complete their hours, whether that's 2 hours or 82 hours. And having done it, it is tough. It might be tough to get enough, and Ross might can speak to this. It might be tough to get that many scheduled in 30 days because they're not offered. I did a lot of GRIs that were.
You can do it it's not. It can be 120 of anything. It's not specific.
That's right. You're right. Yeah.
So
Right.
I mean,
Yeah,
you can go online for the next 10 days and get your 120 hours.
That's right. It's not like it doesn't have to be CE approved.
It's anything.
That's right. Okay. So if we need to parse some brokers out, that's just.
And if it's
extra.
under 8 hours, they don't test. So it's doable. And I
it's
I
under
think
8 hours.
Huh?
Instruction.
Oh.
That'd be my thought. Anybody?
You think 3 months?
Well, what about the principal brokers?
I just think I don't.
You don't want to just.
I
leave
just
it at
think
that?
if you look at it and said, okay, I had 120. I had 3 years to do 120, so 40 hours a year. Okay, if there's people that have, say 40 hours or more, it seems like if we were going to give them a year to do 40, we'd give them 6 months. So I'm thinking that 6 months is a fair amount of time to correct it. It's kind of double. It's twice as fast for those that have more than 40.
But
Yeah, I
why,
think
why,
it gives-
why would we want to give them the same amount of time that
Oh,
we've
I'm not-
already given
no.
them once?
I'm cutting it in half because I think we got to acknowledge that. I mean, we're not without. This is a problem that we kind of create ourselves.
We had some
a little
ownership
bit.
in it.
Yeah.
But so did they.
They were the one that checked the box that said that their education was complete. They certified that.
So
DJ saying you're saying 3 months.
Isn't that what Dana said? Yeah.
Caitlin was saying 6.
I'm with council.
well, I was saying 6 when it was going to be 120 hours, but if the commission is saying complete what they haven't completed, then I think that's a different situation. So I think the first decision is it complete the
It's
hours
very lenient if we do
you
that.
didn't complete, or is it start the 120 over and complete 120 hours and then give them a time period?
Is anyone wanting to make them start over?
Yeah, let's go ahead and get some motions. Let's go ahead and get some motions.
Let's get a motion.
So
See,
the first motion,
Throw it on the wall and see what happens.
one of however many it takes, I guess. The first motion I'll make is that we acknowledge the wrongful renewal of the broker's license due to the software error. So that's the one motion.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Diaz and a second by Ms. Tucker that we acknowledge the wrongful renewal process. Yes.
You guys, Caitlin and Anna, have your arms around what the liability was, and only that much. Like, y'all know what happened.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think as I'm thinking about this, my only hesitation is if the system does catch you, you're almost in a worse spot because you do start over.
I'm almost thinking too that all the attorneys are going to be running down here any minute for the state to acknowledge that we
I want to be
caused
careful.
the problem. Yeah.
I want to be careful what.
Yeah.
I mean.
Yeah, because
don't
that
think
looks
they-
like that would give them, their lawyer would say, you acknowledge that the state was wrong.
I
The
don't
state
think-
made the mistake. So I don't know about acknowledging that.
Okay.
What is, what's that?
So you think it better if I
Anna, what do you think?
I mean, I don't think a motion necessarily is required. We've already acknowledged that it's an issue.
Yeah. So you're
it's
gonna,
just-
he's gonna withdraw his motion. Okay. All right, but now I think he had a second part.
All right, so the second motion I would make is to give brokers the 3 months they need to complete their minimum number of hours, not reset the clock. Two hours if it's
Balance.
85.
If it's 2 or if it's 100, they have 3 months.
And if they don't,
Okay, so I have a motion by Mr. Diaz and a second by Ms. Torbett that we give the brokers 3 months to complete it. Period.
What's the consequences? Back to zero.
If they don't within 3 months, then we will have to take them back to
Remove back to.
remove back, and they'll have to retest and have new hours.
When their license revert back to affiliate.
Anna, does that sound legal? Can we do that?
Sorry, can you repeat it? Just
So, motion is to our brokers. I'm making a distinction between our brokers to complete their required hours within 3 months, or complete the balance of their hours in 3 months. If not, their license will be downgraded to affiliate, and they'll have to retest.
can you just say 90 days?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, we might need legal to word that for us.
Not just broke.
Yeah, not brokers in general.
I think some of the past language has been upon an audit of your 120-hour education. It was determined that you are short 20 hours of the required 120 hours required in the specific statute.
Sounds right.
So it would be the brokers who were notified.
They haven't all been notified yet.
Yeah. Is there a chance, Caitlin, that there's going to be, out of these 50, some individuals who come forth and provide some certificate from
A course that didn't get reported?
Fall State Community College for 20 hours? Or, I mean, how much work is this going to create for you guys to sift through? I don't know. I'm just trying to think.
I mean, it's definitely going to create some work, but I don't know of another way to rectify the situation that wouldn't require anything. But I mean, we've had that in the past. I remember an applicant that did not renew and came back to us and had the provider come back to us and say that they should have been reported on a December 2016 course submission. So I wouldn't be surprised if we do have some of that, and we'll just vet that like we do normal education.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table.
This might be like a friendly amendment, but I would think we'd want to have a notification period. So we're going to notify these people within a certain period of time, and then it would seem to be fair that they'd have a certain period of time, as DJ is saying, to get back to us. In other words, confirm we're showing you are short this. If we're wrong, let us know and give us the backup, and then we go from there.
Yeah,
so they have a chance to check their records, and we
I think we would word it in a way that says if your records do not reflect this,
right,
please let us
please
know.
reach out. That's how we handle E&O.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Right.
Or to take it.
Yeah. Make sure your mic is red. Yeah.
90 days to get it to us, no matter when it was taken.
So is everybody understanding and we're all on the same page?
Ah.
Are we ready to vote? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Hope that helps the problem.
Yes. And now, if we could just change the law to be in sync with the renewal. But we can't do that.
Do we want to do anything extra about principal brokers or just leave it at the 90 days?
I think from a staff perspective, that would be an added complication, but that's just. And then I just wanted to give a quick update on CE Broker. I don't know if any of you have an account yet, but you now can go out there and create an account and log in and use it to track your education. Providers are already sending education there. Our one holdup is, again, the 120 hours. Our system is looking at it and allowing it within that after the 3-year mark. And so we are currently having to make a tweak to our system so that our systems both line up, because they're looking at it to be completed by the 3rd year and be done, and not allow that finagled system that we've had to allow based on the biannual renewal. So we're doing a system upgrade right now, and then hopefully next meeting I'll have an official turnover. But essentially what we're waiting for is for our systems to connect at renewal, and at renewal it will let the licensee know you are compliant or you're not compliant.
So before the next meeting, we'll be able to get this notification out to these 50 people, and at least hopefully they'll have some kind of response.
Yes, by the next meeting I should have an update for you as to where we are. And
perfect.
It's going to require probably a little bit of manual work to get it all lined up, but I should have an update as to the status.
By
October, yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm reaching back to talk about these 50 brokers that are.
Yes.
So by the November meeting, will you be able to tell us if they've caught up, if they've.
Yeah.
let's see, what is 90? I mean, I'm
November.
20 days.
November might be a little bit of a stretch because, unfortunately, I need to write the letter. We need to create the merge to put in the hours that they're missing. So there is some manual pieces to it. 90 days. What?
For December.
December. Mm-hmm.
I would just say this. This is very important to all
Yes.
of us. So speed is very important to all of us, and especially with the principal brokers, that if there are any in that group.
Yes.
So
What's that one phrase all of us hear? Time is of the essence.
time is of the essence.
Okay. Caitlin, since time is of the essence, you think you could send something like quickly out that just says your license is in jeopardy of being, downgraded? You need to contact us, so we don't get in January and February a bunch of people said I didn't get it.
And you've got the number of what hours you just read them to us, the number of hours that are lacking.
Yeah, it's just for like transparency, it's going to be a manual process. We've got to create the letter. We've got to create an Excel mail merge, get their addresses. I mean, it's not like, unfortunately, it's not like I can just say click and Arillo starts tonight. So it's definitely going to be a priority. It's just going to be a manual priority.
And I meant while you're doing that back end work, I understand what you need to do, but like early, send something where they have to reach back to us, because you just send them something that says your broker's license is could be downgraded. You need to reach out to the commission, call me. So those 50 people.
Oh, she don't want them calling me.
I do not want that. You do.
We're just going to have a lot of people, I feel like in December, January, say, I didn't get it. Do it.
Well, my plan would be to write the letter, send them all out at the exact same time, have everybody's education have to be submitted at the same time. I think I know very well, like when you send a letter out, even if it's just a 50 people, it totally spikes calls and back and forth. So I would prefer to handle these all together, one letter. I even mentioned to Anna sending them certified mail to make sure they got a signature receipt. I haven't gotten that approved, but
Also, I'll look at them, but I will be asking for extended grace too, which I'll explain a little bit during the legal report from the legal team. So, but we'll
extended grace when we've just given grace.
No,
we've just given the grace. 90 days.
I'm talking about from the legal team. Legal team.
Staffing.
So related to staffing.
Yeah.
So
no,
I'm with you on that.
I can guarantee that it's going to be a priority. The
Don't
resource.
Give us a timeline. Don't give us a timeline. Just you know how important it is to us.
Yeah,
and I appreciate the transparency too that you brought it to us too.
Yeah, we're totally confident you got your arms around it.
Yeah.
90 days from when it's sent out, maybe.
Yes.
I mean.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so are we done with that subject?
Yes.
Okay. What else do you have for us?
It can be discussed later. I have it under commission discussions, but I did go ahead with the kind of link between our meeting now and our October meeting. It felt like a good idea to go ahead and bring some proposed dates to the commission for 2023. And then I also did want to we have I have proposed to you all via email that the East Tennessee meeting be in Knoxville this year. They have reached out, offered to host, but I wanted to solidify that as well.
And when we look at the fall meeting for 2023, I would love for us to maybe go towards Chattanooga because we haven't been there in some time. And
yes, we thought we'd ease Kathy in.
Yeah. I've already asked her.
Then, yeah.
Yeah. We like going to Chattanooga too. So do we want to, all right, the East Tennessee meeting, where exactly is it going to be?
It's going to be at the Farragut Town Hall.
So it is Farragut, not Knoxville. This October.
This October.
So the
In
next meeting.
the next
meeting.
meeting, yes.
Not in the other calendar. Not in the calendar you
And that
sent
is-
out, but in this.
It is. At my calendar. Yes, it's going to be the 13th. As of now, we do not know of a formal hearing, so it would just be.
No,
Oh,
there won't be one.
yeah.
You're welcome.
She jumped on that real quick,
I know,
didn't she?
and that's the most excited I've seen you all day.
Unless there's.
No, but it's my daddy's birthday on that Friday, so I'll be happy to get back and take him for a 92nd, 93.
It's like,
93rd
unless
birthday.
there's someone else doing one that I
Yes.
don't know about, there won't be one.
Yeah,
Oh, no,
so it's
no,
just
no.
will just be the 13th.
Where are we going?
Farragut.
Farragut.
Well, we're going to Knoxville, Farragut area. I think typically the Farragut Town Hall always offers to host the commission meeting. So,
Have a good facility.
yes. Are there any objections to meeting in Knoxville? No. Okay.
Maybe we can see John Grease or something. He could have us all to his house.
They'll come out for a free meal.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I don't know if the commission wants to tentatively look over the 2023 dates. These were all picked in line with our current meeting calendar, which is typically the second Wednesday of the month, except when in West or East Tennessee. And then there were no conflicts. I included some dates below that we typically look out for, like the Arillo Conference, the mid-year and the annual, and then CMA Fest, as well as I did mark February if we did want to line up with the TNX conference. That begins on Monday. I believe it's Monday to Tuesday, and so I did go ahead and block
6th through the 7th.
I went ahead and blocked Monday through Wednesday just to determine what the commission preferred.
And I didn't see any. I mean, I did the same thing. TR, NAR, Arillo, Nashville, and actually our schools.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Stuff too. So,
is there a preference on February? I believe last year the Trek panel, if we were invited back, was the first afternoon.
Monday, wasn't it? Was it a Monday?
I think it was a
I can't remember.
Tuesday.
I can't remember. Okay.
But I do think, I don't know how hard it was for everybody to get in on a Sunday night, so I don't know if we would prefer to meet on Tuesday and then just.
And at this point, we might be able to tell TR which day would be best for us so they could fit it into their schedule.
Mm-hmm.
Did anybody have any glaring conflicts that you want to let her know about right now?
Not on Joe's birthday in July.
Well, I actually did want to
That's when we're all
note.
going to his Florida house, isn't it?
I did want to note there actually was no room available. This room, well, no. The time that we typically meet, there was no room available. The week before we typically meet is 4th of July. And then there would be room the week after, but then that kind of gets us closer to August. So I know.
We're talking about July and August now?
I'm talking about July.
July.
And yeah, so I didn't know if it would be. I know there was a lot of conflicts this year, so I didn't know if maybe July would be a good month for us to just not convene. Okay. For this year or 2023, you know already? Oh, okay. Okay.
We are in East Tennessee.
I was trying to.
buses when he has to drive too, but he doesn't make it to the ECC meeting.
Fall break.
So is the February preference, would that be Tuesday and Wednesday? Would the preference for February be to be Tuesday and Wednesday as opposed to Monday and Tuesday? Okay. Well, I'll send out these dates again, and we'll just tentatively plan on these. And then if there's any glaring issues like October,
He's afraid people are going to show up.
so you're saying move it up or back a week?
Yeah, I mean, the fall break for me is typically around Columbus Day, so you know.
So we definitely could. If we move it to the week after, that does put us only only 3 weeks.
Yom Kippur also.
Okay. Well, yeah, and I was going to say that only puts us 3 weeks between the August and the October. If we move to October 5th, I'm talking about 2023. If we move to the week before, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, either way, it moves us 3 weeks closer between meetings. We could bump August. Let's see. Well, then that would be bumping
October 3rd
August,
is DJ
September, and
Ferris's
October.
birthday.
That would be bumping August, September, and October.
You have to come to dinner.
I'm not sure where she's like.
The 3rd.
So,
Yeah, just tell us what the options are.
so if we're not going to meet in July, then that gives you room to move August back.
We could move every month, August, September, and October, up a week. But let me see what.
Every month?
But still meet on Wednesday?
Yeah.
I'd have to look at my schedule again.
Yeah.
If we're going to move every meeting.
No, not every meeting. They're suggesting, since if we didn't meet in July, just move August up a week, September up a week, and October up a week. But I'll send out both schedules, and I've already tentatively booked the room for all of these dates.
About January.
Is there a conflict with the 11th?
No, it just says conference room closed.
Oh, I double checked on that and it's not closed. But I am glad you mentioned that, because as you might realize, our technology is not what it should be to do these interactive meetings with teams and have people here in person. And so they are working to upgrade this room to be a more interactive room. And it had originally been scheduled for January. They were going to try to do it before the holidays and into January to alleviate any downtime. But the technology that they've ordered is back ordered. And so currently we're just waiting to find out. So I'll continue to keep everybody up to date, but it is going to affect this room and that room.
Or say the other room is affected also.
Okay. So it's something that we're working through because, we have 10 plus other commissions and boards that meet in this room. But right now we don't know the estimated time that this room will be down.
Right now we don't know of any rulemaking hearings in January, do we?
The rulemaking hearing is currently scheduled for November. Rulemaking.
Oh, yeah.
have them in January. All right. Where are we now? All right, so that all you have to report?
Yes.
Thank you, Caitlin.
Yes.
All right, so are we ready for the legal report? And I need to know what has been pulled. I know
Sure.
my 4, and then there were 3 others from somebody.
Yes. Okay, let me see. Okay, so you have yours, and then
No, I'll give it to you in just a minute.
we also have from Jeff, are yours resolved?
Yes.
Okay. Joan, were yours resolved? All but 40 and 45, right? So add 40 and 45.
Okay, so these are the ones we're going to take off of the consent agenda. Number 3, number 8, number 17, number 31, number 40, and number. Now, unfortunately, the first 4 were mine, and they were Dennis's cases. I didn't hear back from him as to. Oh, yes.
Marcia, I did have a question on those. Related to those questions, last I saw, Dennis did forward me the email that you sent, and those you had the recommendations for what you would amend for the discipline in your email back to him.
Yes, there were 3. No, there were 2 that I wanted to amend the discipline, and 2 others that I found violations.
Right, and so he didn't have an issue with those. So I don't think he intended to.
I think that I talked to him as late as like Friday or Saturday.
I don't think the last I had from him was the email that you sent on last Wednesday with the hold on, the email.
Kathy, Dennis Gregory is one of our attorneys, and he is also a military attorney, and so he's been deployed again. He's been deployed a couple of times.
So, actually, Dennis, he is on military leave, but Dennis is no longer with the commission. But it's for a good reason. He has been promoted to a chief counsel position.
Oh, good.
It's not with regulatory boards, though. So he'll be the new chief counsel for procurement, which is with the fire division over in General Civil. So that job officially takes effect on September 1st. He won't be back. His military leave is through the 9th, but he'll be back beginning on the 12th. So I'm riding solo for a bit. Yes. So it's just me for a while. I do believe we've hired a new attorney. I think that he is going to be assigned to the Real Estate Commission, but he's not scheduled to start until the middle of September. But until then, we do have 2 vacant disciplinary counsel positions. So right now, it is I.
Did he sleep?
I know, right? It's not like I needed 2 other attorneys on the board or anything.
I think the great thing about Anna, though, is that she has learned us very well, and I didn't have any of her cases to pull, and so I was complimenting her on how it makes things simpler for everybody when she knows what we're going to say about different subjects. So she did a good job this month.
Until then, if you have questions, it'll be me, myself, and I for a while. So things will be a little bit different. But the good thing is, Dennis, being the amazing person he has finished a lot of his cases at least through October. His cases through October, so we'll be. I don't know what's going on right now, so but we'll have a better idea through October. So right now, it is me, you, and I will be handling things until then. Like Caitlin said, we have a rulemaking hearing for the rules. Those will be in November here for the different set of rules. But I'll be handling the discipline related to these cases for these for this. But in the future, we'll figure it out.
We'll get it done.
Yep.
Okay.
Can I make a motion?
Yes. So now we need a motion to take off the consent agenda number 3, 8, 17, 31, 40, and 50. 40 and 45. I'm looking right at it, but I said 50.
So that's my motion to
Okay,
accept
thank
the
you.
consent agenda minus those cases.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Tolbert. And
Second.
Ms. Smith.
Got lots of seconds.
Okay. All those in favor of that motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, that motion carries unanimously. So on to the items that have been pulled. The first one is number 3. This one is the one the complainant got a call from the respondent claiming to offer cash in exchange for hiring him as her realtor. I don't know if you remember or not, but at our last meeting, I was telling you about there's a new company that's been licensed in every state, and this looks to me as this is what this one is about, is this company. The bottom line of it is it's a new business practice, and we're not really here to judge business practices at all. But where the problem lies in this one is that this company offers to homeowners or property owners $620 cash if you will sign up with them to list your property, and you will only use them for 40 years. In the event that you don't use their company in that 40 years, then you either owe them 6% of the commission they sold their house for, or $178,000, whichever is larger. So I had dinner last night with most of the people on the executive council of Arello, and they're seeing these cases all over the United States now. They're viewing them as inducements. In 6213-302B, in our statute, let's see, let me pull it up and read it to you. 62.
Marsha, where'd you get the 600?
I have their contract. You probably don't have all that information. Because I was sent a contract. I gave it to y'all last month. Did I give you a copy of it last month? Last time?
You didn't. You should only be looking at the.
Oh, it had the company name on it, so I didn't hand it out just to tell you what the.
I know, but I guess that you would. How? Do you know it's the same company?
Oh no, I don't. But it's the same. It looked like to me the same complaint. Is that not right?
I'm not even sure, but if it is, it's supposed to be anonymous, so we're.
Okay. So
We're not.
let's just, what I'm trying to get at is this is an inducement in my eye of this case, number 3.
Well,
Case
they were
homeowners.
responding. I mean, that's how it is explained here, is that they were responding to an inquiry. So it wasn't just a random
Oh, I didn't say it was
solicitation.
random, but you're not allowed to pay an inducement to anyone to get a listing from them either. That's 62-13-302B. Real estate licensee shall not give or pay cash rebates, cash gifts, or cash prizes in conjunction with any real estate transaction. Look back at number 3 and see what it says. 302B. Page 27. Oh no, I've got the green book.
That's fine. It's page 31.
Here.
I think that Dennis was looking at it that the complaint was about a scam.
On a second.
Company offers cash to a homeowner who agrees to promise to use whoever as the listing agent if the homeowner ever decides to sell his or her home.
That's the business model I was talking about.
The fact that
It's going everywhere.
Dennis's opinion was it doesn't appear to violate any statutes.
At the phone call, he was looking at the phone call, not the money that they were trying to induce them with. I guess the question becomes, does the money have to be paid or not to them for it to be?
To offer.
Okay, to offer.
Hold on one second.
Yeah.
Dennis did not think it was in violation.
He wasn't looking at it as an inducement. I sent him my information of why I thought it was an inducement, and then I didn't hear back from him.
Where does it say inducement?
Well, what a cash incentive is an inducement.
Well, but this is a cash rebate, a cash gift. This isn't a gift. I mean,
it's a cash gift if you let them list your property.
We're buying the right.
No, it's not a gift. Gift is where you give somebody money and you don't owe them anything in return. So if I were them, I would give them, if I gave them the money, I'd give them a 1099. Here's your income. And, you've listed your house with me. It's not a gift.
So this is a complaint against an affiliate broker. This isn't a complaint against a company.
No, but that affiliate broker works for the company.
But I don't have a copy of there's not a copy of a sales agreement or any document contained in the complaint file. So
You have the statute. We do also have a rule
Right. So I'm the
1260-02.33, gifts and prizes.
correct. So the only thing that stating here is the complainant states they received a call from the respondent who claimed to offer cash in exchange for hiring them as a realtor, and the complainant feels that this was a scam. So it states that they were offered $900 to be a client, to buy or sell in the future.
Forever future?
No.
40 years future?
No.
Say?
No, it says, I'll just read it to you. They explained and stated the information offering to be their client. They were asked what that meant. He explained that he wanted to keep us as a client to buy or sell in the future, and that we did not have to buy or sell now, but would want us to choose them for their realty needs, and then explain that he could have someone come out to our house to sign documents and notarize there, and that to send an email with this information to discuss any information with the email address, and the conversation was ended. We've not received an email from him and felt that this was a scam. That's what the complaint states. And that is all the information that the complainant provided, along with an original text message from the respondent. And the respondent's attorney provided a response stating the response is very much similar to what Dennis stated before, that they work for a company that pays for homeowners to purchase contractual rights to list their property. So it appears that they may work for the same company, but it doesn't have any of the contract documents in there. It does not mention forever or anything related to it.
Part of the role.
At the time of the disclosure in the phone call?
Contract would out theoretically all the
Right, no, nothing was ever provided.
I think these people called because they thought they were being scammed. And then the respondent's attorney is saying it's not a scam. We pay money for people to allow us sometime in the future to list their property.
Right, but the original complaint was that they received a voicemail, received a text message from the respondent offering them money to list, wanting them to be their client.
And they're not denying that.
Correct, they're not denying that they offered them money to be their client. And then they stated that they would provide them information, and that information was never provided back to them.
That's why she doesn't have that information in the file.
Right.
The details.
And the complaint was not about inducement. The complaint was.
It doesn't matter if that was what the complaint was about.
The complaint was only about that they received and they thought it was a scam.
Right. Right. I'm not worried about it being a scam because I don't think it's a scam.
I understand, and I get that.
It just looks like it's an inducement to, which is totally not allowed. Yeah, well, we don't know who the company is.
They have
have to know.
They know.
The attorney is.
They know, but we don't know.
The affiliate broker is licensed.
So the person that's offering is licensed.
Yes. The affiliate broker is licensed, so, but they didn't follow up with any additional information. So that's.
So let's say they did follow up. No matter what the contract's. If it is, I'll give.
That's my question.
That's all we're asking.
Regardless of whether it's a scam or not.
Yeah, no matter what the contract says about listing in my neighborhood.
A real estate licensee shall not give or pay cash rebates, cash gifts, or cash prizes in conjunction with any real estate transaction.
But then he's going back and
It says the commission's general rulemaking has general rulemaking authority. The commission may regulate the practices of real estate licensees regarding gifts, prizes, or rebates that are not otherwise prohibited by law.
Right, so that's like, but the issue here that we would need to talk about is if a transaction has taken place. And so.
It's all just spoken, like there's no
So
contract.
my
there's no
question
money
would,
that's changed
so what I would
hands.
do next is I would look at the definition of transaction. And so here, transaction means purchase, sale, rental, or option of an interest in real estate or business opportunity.
We have no document.
Listing agreement.
Ms. Tucker, can you make sure, just for future reference, make sure that the red ring around your microphone,
Plus you're when you're
as long as it's around, we can hear you.
This actually happened. It actually got to closing. The way we found out about this other company being involved is because there was actually a link.
They filed it against the property, right?
Yes, they did.
Yep.
They filed it against the property.
Smart.
Yep.
predatory and
No, she did not. But she did have to pay the lien off at closing, and it was substantial.
predatory in my opinion.
Was it more than the money they gave him?
I don't have all those details from the title company, but it was a substantial.
Microphone.
I guess it looks to me like a solicitation. Like we receive, but is it, I guess, a difference of a solicitation from a licensee different than an unlicensed person? In the fact that the thing that makes it different from me is that I don't think we have a transaction here just because it didn't move any further.
And no money passed.
Right, like we
Or
don't.
agreement signed.
There's just a phone call. It didn't move any further beyond that. But I understand the concern of it being, because it looks like an inducement, but I don't have any paper documents. It's just a phone
So
call.
until someone gets hung on it, there's not a whole lot we can do.
Could we do a letter of warning to this company and just cite this statute?
Well, I can tell you in other states that right now they're asking for their attorney general's opinions on this matter. I know that Oklahoma and Ohio are filing legislation now on it, and there were several other states, South Dakota, Wyoming, Idaho, that I talked to last night, that they were also having these discussions, and they were looking to their attorney generals for opinions about it.
think a letter of warning on 302B would be appropriate for this particular agent. I understand the concern about the whole company structure that we're talking about that's related to it, but unfortunately that's not what we have before us at this particular time.
Okay.
But I understand.
All right, so I would like to make a motion that we send a letter of warning to this agent.
Second.
Letter of warning says what?
I would send a letter of warning on 6213 on 302B.
It says we think you might have done this. Don't do it again, or
no, to let them know that, like, so what a letter of warning essentially contains is the statute and or the rule, and that this is not a violation of it, but essentially it's put you on notice, and that continued behavior could rise to the level of a violation.
So I may have broken John Grease's rule already by making a motion myself, but I was the one that just pulled it. So
I'll make the motion.
I'd like to retract my motion and let's start over.
I'll make the motion.
Okay, John's making the motion and Jeff Diaz is making the second. Okay.
Motion is a letter of.
What is the difference in a letter of warning and a letter of instruction?
Always one. Always one.
He's going to be here all week.
A letter of warning goes in your file. A letter of instruction does not. Is that correct?
So, like, a letter of instruction is in simply instructing someone. It's when we think, I think, like, the last time like, a letter of instruction is when someone has made an error that we're like, we truly don't think that this individual knows that they have made a mistake.
It's like a courtesy letter.
Right. A letter of warning means that it is a borderline issue. Like, it is an issue, but it has not risen to the level that we feel that we need to send you a civil, something that is required to be sent in a consent order.
So I would say that everybody needs to put this in their top filing cabinet in their brain and be on the lookout for any future complaints that pertain to something like this. And so now we're going to have the vote unless there's any more needed discussion. So all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Okay, my next one was number 8. On this one, I disagreed with the letter of instruction being sent to them because I felt like it was unlicensed activity. There were a booking service which falls within the definition in TCA. This is what Dennis had written. Apparently, the respondent does not provide any other mentioned services. And so he said a letter of instruction to obtain a license pursuant to TCA 6213-104
B1C.
V1 something. Here's my book. So I'm looking at, is this unlicensed activity, which I thought it was. But I need to know what y'all think about it.
It was in 2009.
That's where we sometimes have given a little leniency.
And now he's going to tell him how to get a license.
After he's done unlicensed activity. If we find somebody guilty of unlicensed activity, it has been in the past, we have given $1,000 penalty for for that violation.
Yeah. So are they inside of this 60?
Well, that section 6213 104B B1C seems like a definition to me.
Vacation lodging. So we often see this with companies or individuals that have properties that they do not necessarily own, and they place individuals to, I guess, to stay for an extended period of time. And so, you know, I don't think we did send like an attorney general's opinion about this 2019 around this time, and so we were having a difficulty of like kind of establishing the difference between like the Airbnbs and the VRBOs and like our vacation lodging services. And so I do believe that essentially, if you do not own a property and you are doing more than serving as a platform meaning that all that you do is serve as a place for an individual to market, then you are required to have a license. So if you're a booking service, essentially I do believe that's a step further and it would require a license. So if you're sending a letter of instruction on how to obtain a license, that would instruct that to me you would probably need a license. So
go ahead.
I want to make a motion to send the letter of instruction to obtain the license and a civil penalty of $1,000
for unlicensed activity.
For unlicensed activity.
You can't do that.
And not do that. So when
you can't do a letter of instruction and a civil penalty?
No. So whenever we're asking someone to do something where they can say yes or no, it will be licensed. It has to be in a consent order. So if you want to send an individual a civil penalty, that would need to be in a consent order.
I have a question. Civil penalty for an unlicensed person.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how do you collect or enforce a civil penalty on someone that has no consequence if they don't pay it?
If they don't pay the civil penalty,
they just can never get their license? No,
they can still get a license, but then if you don't pay it, then we would just go to a formal hearing.
But if they don't try to get a license, we've just put the civil penalty out into the atmosphere, basically. Like, there's no way if they don't get a license, right, there's nothing compelling them to pay the civil penalty.
Correct. So what I've done in other boards, and I know this board has not done it before, but I'll just tell you, you can tell me what you think about it. In other boards, as an incentive to have an individual get a license, is I have, for a civil penalty, put, for example, assess a $1,000 civil penalty. However, if you are to be licensed within 30 days, the civil penalty amount is reduced to $500.
Sounds good.
That's what I've done before in other boards. And and it has worked for some people, it has not worked for other people. But if that is something that you would like to do, that is something that we can do.
Some people are not trying to be legal, and they never are going to try to be legal. But then there are people who maybe, honestly, they don't know they need it for this kind of real estate.
So can I amend his motion, or does he have to amend his motion? Would I have to make a substitute motion?
I didn't even make a motion.
Oh, I thought you did
got
make
shot
a motion.
down, I think.
Oh, you didn't get to make a motion. Okay, I'll just make a motion.
Okay, make a motion.
I'll make a motion that we do exactly as Anna stated, with a civil penalty of $1,000 that can be reduced to $500 if they get their license within 30 days. Is that reasonable? 30 days? Is that short?
I think they just were required to do 8 hours of licensing, education, and potentially get fingerprinted. So
that's doable in 30 days.
Take a test.
There's actually, I don't think there's the designated agent test. So it's just the 8 hours of the.
That sounds doable. Okay.
Mm.
All right. So we have a motion by Ms. Tolbert and a second by Mr. Diaz. Any more discussion? All right, let's all vote. All those in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, vote no. That motion carries unanimously. All right, now on to number 17. Oh, yeah. Okay, number 17. Did you have this one also, Joan? In my notes I have, this is unlicensed activity. Open a case against the CEO wife in Georgia. All right, so I read this stuff when this first came out. I think I've taught myself this month, read it the night before, not a week in advance, because now they all are jumbling together. But I'm trying to remember. So they're saying that it wasn't the complaint was against this real estate broker. But in fact, it looks like it should have been against the CEO's wife of this company who was doing the transaction. And she is a realtor in Georgia, but she's not licensed in Tennessee. Anybody remember this one? Is it? And he had down to close it. Dennis did.
So it seems to hinge on whether or not any
In Tennessee.
So the bottom paragraph, the attorney contends that it was the CEO's wife, not the respondent, who was engaged in the process of procuring the Tennessee property. When it became known to the CEO that a commission agreement existed, the CEO wanted the respondent cut out of the deal. So, it's
So
going
is it
blank this
just
late
up
in the
for
day.
interpretation whether it was the CEO or his wife that was doing the
Well, the
doing
respondent
business?
is the one that said it was his wife, really.
is his wife licensed in Tennessee?
No,
Oh.
she's not.
So how are we going to open a complaint against a Georgia licensee?
It's unlicensed activity.
Still can't quite figure.
Property was in Tennessee. Y'all wait.
Dennis said
Figure out I remember when I read this, I couldn't
Yeah.
quite figure out what was
So
happening.
this is a commercial deal, I think. Dennis seemed to think that the respondent did no real negotiating in Tennessee. Therefore, no problem.
But regardless of whether they knew how or not.
I guess the complaint isn't against the CEO's wife at all. So you're saying you want to close this and open a complaint against the CEO's wife?
Yes.
CEO's wife is licensed in
Georgia. And the respondent is the person who said it was the CEO's wife, a licensed Georgia realtor.
Attorney's the one.
The respondent's attorney said
The
that.
respondent's attorney.
So he was
says that.
protecting the respondent, the CEO, and not his wife. because it's the license is a real estate broker. Doesn't say principal broker, just broker. Sounds like she got thrown under the bridge, under the bus, and the bridge. So my question was, the reason I marked it is that it sounded like unlicensed activity. I would, just as he has here, to close on this respondent, but to open a case against the CEO's wife in Georgia for unlicensed activity.
So moved.
The last few.
A second. Okay, my question is, I don't know how we can prove any. I mean, this just sounds like a interpersonal dispute. I don't know that they can prove any of that.
Except the attorney said that she was the one who did it. I mean, this is a legal document that this attorney has signed, isn't it, Anna?
Is it a referral agreement? Or was she trying to get? I think it's like a referral. Problem. The corporate knows why. Like a referral.
She received no compensation. I don't know that it closed though either. All right, so would anybody like to make a motion? Oh yeah. What was the motion? Close and open, okay. And
I moved.
you
Seconded.
and Joe. Okay. All right. Any more discussion on this? So we have a motion by Mr. Diaz and a second by Mr. Bagley that we close the file on this respondent and open a case against the licensee from Georgia. All right. Ready to vote? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
All right. So raise your hand if you said no. 3, 4, 5. Okay. So that fails for a vote of 4 to 5.
Motion to accept council's recommendation.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Diaz to accept council's recommendation to close, and we have a second by Mr. Begley. Ready to vote? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? No. That motion carries unanimously. The last one I had was 31. Okay, so this is again another unlicensed activity, and Dennis's recommendation was a letter of instruction regarding resident manager limitations under unlicensed activity and in violation of Tennessee Code. So he agrees that it's unlicensed activity, but he said just a letter of instruction. And if it's unlicensed activity, I think it needs more than a letter of instruction. What do we do about the last one that we were just talking about on this one? Oh, very similar.
We gave them $1,000 penalty that could be reduced.
That's right. That's right. Let's see if they have any.
I'll just make that.
Okay, Ms. Albert and Mr. Moffitt. Okay, so everybody understand the motion?
It is.
It is
$1,000
civil penalty for unlicensed activity that can be reduced to $500 if they get their license within 30 days.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Okay, that is an 8-1 vote with Steve no vote. Okay, now to number 40, and this one was Miss Smith's.
Yes, this was the one where, cash out. Allowing money from a cash out, which taking money out of the Dennis. I said, I have concern. He said, yes, that matter needs to be discussed on the record. There's several odd facts regarding the complainant as well.
So his recommendation was for discussion.
Yes.
For Cash App is like Venmo.
Oh.
And on here, I just pulled it.
Yeah, it's like a.
And so he gave permission to this HVAC technician, and the technician obviously drained the money out. So it's kind of like the guy with the signed checks, if he gave him permission to do that then. And then all the money was gone out of the account.
And then he found another 25.
But the 10,000 came out of escrow account.
Yes.
So what's this 2019 complaint? That is. Because at the end, on it also has currently litigation. Separate incidents, or are these two incidents?
Because it's similar.
It's separate but
similar.
Similar.
But they've been in litigation for 3 years or something similar.
Oh, that's nothing.
Yeah.
God, no wonder they're out of money.
Yeah.
Anytime you're taking money out, it's bad.
So how many times do we know? And Kathy, we can assess a civil penalty of up to $1,000 per case. We can also do it if there's days. If it was 5 days, it could be $5,000. If it's 2 different times, if they've taken money out of the escrow account, it could be two penalties, 2 violations.
But is the respondent the one taking out the money, or is he a victim here of somebody else taking the money?
It's possible.
Possible. Ultimately responsible.
Well,
But
I don't
that's
think
my
your
point.
cash app's going to be linked to your escrow account. I think it would be your operating account.
It just depends on what you put in there, though, wouldn't it? I mean, I know, but sounds like they were.
That was my concern when I realized the Cash App ad was
Had something to do with our
had
escrow
something to do
account.
with escrow. It said problems to me.
Maybe his escrow account is his overdraft protection.
Maybe.
What?
It just seemed like.
Don't give anybody any ideas.
Question.
Yes, Zeke.
Anna, what is litigation monitoring? What does that mean and do for us?
Sure. So haven't seen that in a while, so I'll do a quick refresher. Litigation monitoring is a status that we use when there is when underlying litigation between the respondent or the complainant exists that is related to the complaint. So in this matter, the respondent has litigation related to the existing 2019 complaint. And so the commission can choose to put the matter and litigation monitoring, which essentially means that we agree to not act on the complaint until the litigation is resolved. At that time, the respondent is required to notify us that the litigation is resolved and the outcome of the litigation. And at that time, the commission will revisit the complaint and then make a decision about what to do with the complaint at that time.
If the I'm noticing here that his license or her license expires September the 6th in a week. So when someone has their license expire during a litigation monitoring situation, who tells us, in other words, if the litigation got settled and the person was convicted of a felony?
Oh, so it's not criminally related.
Okay.
It's civil related.
Civil related.
Yes.
So that wouldn't affect
It doesn't
if he lost or she lost the case.
No.
It's not going to affect their license.
No.
So
it's not usually usually the complaint is like directly tied to the to the case. So let's say that there's a dispute of some kind and the complainant is suing the respondent, and they've decided at the same time to file a complaint with the Real Estate Commission. And so because of that, the Real Estate Commission has decided, you know what, let's just wait and not make a decision until the suit is solved.
So the 2019 case has not been solved?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay.
So how do we know? What if it was and they didn't alert us? I'm wondering, would Dennis have checked on that before he, since he knew that, he would check on that, wouldn't he?
Yes, and if they haven't notified us, then they're in violation of the litigation monitoring agreement.
Okay, one more question. Can you tell us if this license has been renewed?
Sure, I can check.
Thank you.
Sure.
One of the options, like you don't have enough information. If you don't feel like you have enough information, you can always ask to defer and see.
They are renewed. They have a 2024 expiration date.
I'm kind of curious how his escrow account got exposed to the Cash App. I don't.
That's what I can't figure.
Everybody here
is
seems
it
to
two
be like
separate things? Like you've got the escrow account and the Cash App is a different instance, or was escrow money in the Cash App?
The way it reads, escrow was in. The way it reads, escrow was attached to the cash.
It also reads.
Yeah, that money shouldn't be in an escrow account.
So
A lot of times your escrow accounts seems like we need more
information.
But I don't think that the escrow and the Cash App are the same, because it looks like, sorry, Jeff, it just looks like the escrow had checks written out of it, and then there are numerous unauthorized transactions to Cash App, but from the firm's operating account, not from the escrow account.
How do we get an auditor from the department to look at this and find out what happened here?
Or maybe I just need a little bit more clarity on the way this worked.
We can defer it till next month when we have more information.
It just seems like.
Yes, yeah.
I think we would need it, though, sent to an investigator rather than Anna, who's now a sole person, minus two.
Excuse me, it's the firm of Matlock,
Yeah.
and Matlock.
So I hate to just say, you know, Anna get us more information. I would love for us to be able to say we need an inspector.
But
to
what
go out.
additional information would you like?
We need to know if they've been in the escrow account.
Okay, so you want we want to do an audit?
Escrow account.
Okay.
So is it your motion that we defer this?
I make a motion that we defer this until the auditor has a chance to give us a report on the escrow account.
Second.
I will get my associate on that. How far
her
back?
name's Mama.
Okay. I'll figure it out. Okay. Audit escrow.
Firm still operating?
Let me double check that the
I
firm
think
is
it's
active.
If the firm is active, it's
Well, they are required to keep for 3 years. So even if they're not active, they should have maintained their records for a minimum of 3 years.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion on the table by Ms. Smith and a second by Mr. Moffitt.
We have some discussion.
Yes, we can discuss.
So, the escrow account, do we even know the escrow account exists? No, I mean, the company closed down, it looks to me like. So the complainant is an investor in the company, and he's worried that somebody got away with 10 grand. Or 20, whatever the number is.
So that's in addition. So 35. Yeah.
So can we actually?
It's too big a number not to investigate.
We're gonna look and see. We're gonna check the firm to see if they have an escrow waiver on file first. Because if we can't audit an escrow account that doesn't exist. So
do we need to vote on this motion?
I'm looking that up. Okay.
So she's gonna look
Yeah,
at.
hang on one second.
I'm looking it up right now. So potentially, let's just move to the next one, and then I'll.
We'll red walk.
There's no next one.
Yeah, there's number 45. We're gonna
45, and then we have an addendum.
Okay, I have one.
Yes.
Oh yes. In case.
Wait a minute. Are you on number 45?
Not yet. I'm asking
Okay.
a question. about something.
Okay.
But on one of the reports that we received, it says this last met item number.
Are you talking about the?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Like there was.
Sure. Right.
But this particular one was not.
Oh, if it was from my former associate, Mr. Gregory, he tends to do them out of order, but moving forward, we will make sure that they're sequential.
If you'll just put it in parentheses or something, so I'll know what number to go through.
Yes.
I would appreciate it.
Of course.
Thank you.
I'll have a team meeting with myself. Make sure that they remain in sequential order.
Okay, so now we're going to 45.
45 was mine, and this is the one where they're arguing over the swing set of whether or not it should have been left. The buyers say, I don't want it left. Then they say, well, it's in concrete. Then they say, well, no, it's not. It's just 4 feet in the ground. And had a recommendation, decided to. I still think that should have been removed. So I guess I'm asking for a letter of skill and care.
Letter of warning on skill and care, of reasonable skill and care, that can be done.
I make a motion.
Is there a second? Okay.
So who ended up getting the swing set?
No one. It came up out of the ground when the wind blew it over.
That is a fact that has no bearing.
Okay. All right. So. So we have a motion by Ms. Smith and a second by Mr. Ferris. Are we ready to vote? All right. All those in favor of that motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
No.
Okay. That's motion carries unanimously. Okay. And so the last report is the one that we were handed this morning from Anna.
Yes. Okay, so this is an addendum. This is all one case. So the new information is on the last page. I'll give a brief synopsis. This is the matter that I represented to you all at the June meeting. Yes, the June meeting for an errors and omissions related complaint. So I'll just read the new information to you. Since the last commission meeting,
Anna.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to stop you.
Sorry.
But could you give us just a small little synopsis of what happened on these first 4 pages?
Yes. Okay. So essentially, what has occurred thus far is we have 13 complaints that have been opened against a principal broker for failure to supervise affiliate brokers related to lapsed errors and omissions insurance. Thus far, and consent orders were sent out, and I was unable to settle with the respondent, so I filed a notice of hearing and charges with the Administrative Procedures Division. After this was filed, the respondent hired counsel. Counsel was hired. After that occurred, her counsel then drafted information to present to the commission in hopes of a settlement offer that was brought to you last meeting. The information brought to you last meeting was very sparse in stating that the respondent had submitted the TREC Form 1s to the commission, but we did not have proof of receiving the TREC Form 1s. The respondent essentially had stated she had some FedEx receipts for some of them, but we did not have them for all of them. And we at the commission at that time did not have any record of receiving any of the TREC Form 1s. And at that time during the commission meeting, based on the information we had, it was discussed, and the commission decided to maintain the $13,000 civil penalty. Following the meeting, we had additional pre-hearing conferences with the administrative law judge. I spoke with counsel for the respondent again in attempt to settle the matter further. I informed her counsel that if there were, he wanted to know if there were any hopes of settling the matter, and I stated essentially that I would need more than just their word, essentially, for proof. And so that's where we are thus far. Does that kind of bring us back to here? And so I'll read the new information that I have obtained. So we're on the last page. Since the last commission meeting, counsel and counsel for the respondent conferred. I already just went through that. In response, counsel for the respondent provided counsel archived copies of FedEx invoices for each of the 13 TREC Form 1s. The FedEx invoices match the date of the signed TREC Form 1's respondent's mailing address. The address for the commission confirmed the date and time of delivery at the commission and the name of the individual that signed the for the delivery of the document. While the FedEx invoices do not specify the documents are for the specific check form ones, respondents' copy of their FedEx mailing receipt contains the last name of each individual affiliate licensees and the tracking ID and mailing numbers matched. Based on the evidence provided thus far, it would be difficult for counsel to disprove the documents are not what the respondent purports them to be at hearing. Therefore, counsel recommends that in lieu of a civil penalty for the violations of Tennessee Code Annotated 62-13, 312B15 for failing to exercise adequate supervision over the activities of any licensed affiliate broker, counsel recommends respondent be assessed a letter of warning, including the provisions of Tennessee Comprehensive Rules and Regulations 1260-02-021, which states the principal broker's supervisory responsibility for the future acts of the licensee shall terminate upon the commission's receipt of the release form or online submission. The principal broker shall retain a copy of the executed form or confirmation of online submission, which is applicable. While the commission did receive these forms, it is important for principal brokers to ensure that their rosters are up to date with the commission. Maintaining the accuracy of this information is crucial to ensure situations such as these do not occur. My new recommendation is a letter of warning and an agreed order that includes the typical information of general stipulations, authority and jurisdiction, parties, stipulated findings of fact, applicable law, stipulated conclusions of law, and an order.
Move for a letter of warning as counsel has suggested.
Second.
Okay.
Question.
Yes.
The person that signed the delivery of the documents, were all of them signed by the...
Yes. And that is an individual that works here at the department, in the mailroom. So it happens. We don't receive. It's hard to keep track of mailing documents. So.
Yeah, we do, especially with non-money mail, that it's just very hard to track. On these, we could see that they got to our building, but we don't know what happened to them once they got to our building. So especially on broker releases, I always recommend in each outreach that I do in the newsletter that principal brokers do them online, because then they get a receipt of it, and then we also are able to easily find it in our system. It's just hard when there's no money attached. You can't tell that it was deposited or not. And then this building now has multiple different departments in it. So
okay, so we have a motion by Mr. Ferris and a second by Mr. Diaz. So we'll have that to accept council's recommendation. Okay. All those in favor of that motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. That motion carries unanimously. Okay. Ms. Maxwell, is there anything else that we have?
I did look into, I was just conferring with Anna on number 40. Let me just ask her one more thing. Yes, and it does have, the firm does have, when they submitted their application in 2020, they submitted their firm application with the escrow waiver.
Oh, escrow.
No, they are not.
We had a motion by Ms. Smith, seconded by Mr. Ferris. And that was to audit the escrow.
I don't think I seconded.
Was it you? Okay, all right. Mr. Moffitt. All right, so would you like to amend your motion? Can amend for her.
Substitute motion?
Okay.
I'll make a substitute motion that we monitor the litigation of this and
Well, we don't know if there's litigation for this particular
This one
matter.
was the last one that is to have litigation
So, I
monitoring.
mean, we can still
The other case.
audit the we can audit the firm. It just wouldn't be the escrow account. It would be the operational account.
It's already monitored.
No, there's a
different case.
there's an additional, like, if you'll see
So violations being
if you look at the bottom of page 30, like at the top of page 30, there's an additional matter in 2019 that's in litigation monitoring, but it's separate and apart from what we're looking at. So
that's just history for us to
right. So what we're looking at right now, we were looking at auditing this matter.
This looks like a criminal matter to me.
The complainant has opened up a police or filed a police report against that respondent. So
maybe.
Well, let's follow the litigation.
Are we going to vote on her motion, or is it off the table, or what?
But you said if the complainant has filed a police report, we can place this into litigation monitoring.
Don't know that yet.
It says the complainant claims to have filed a police report. Can you just check and see if there's actually a police report filed?
We can defer this, and we can, it can be deferred, follow up to see if there's a police report, and if it has, I'll just report back to you to see what information I have.
I would even say if there has been a police report filed, we just monitor that litigation. Can we do that? So it'd have to come before us.
I want to make a motion. We defer this till the next meeting.
Okay. And
Second.
I'll just get more information.
Who's that second?
Me.
Okay. Okay. All right. So we have a motion by Ms. Smith and a second by Ms. Tolbert. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 All those opposed?
No.
We have 1 no and 8 yeses. Okay. All right. All right. Now she's got one more thing that she was looking up.
Backing up.
It's like Columbo over here.
Yeah.
Just one more thing.
We'll just pass them down here.
Yeah, just pass the whole thing.
You want one?
This is the core class curriculum that we can
Just one more thing.
adjust. Or, well, we don't all have them.
They're coming.
Oh, okay.
Simmer down. Here it comes.
This is the topics for the core classes that each year we is it every 2 years, Ross? Every 2 years we look at this and decide, is there something needs to be added or something needs to be taken out? I mean, like, for instance, I don't think we need to add cryptocurrency, but that's an example of something that might be new. We're not seeing any cases in that, really.
I guess if there's also something you no longer find relevant, you could.
Right.
Really, and to main core is the residential core, but the flip side of the page here's got your trick commercial core, and it had the wrong date on it. It's supposed to be 21-22, but that's the commercial core. As
Is Steve our only commercial licensee? Steve, will you look at that one really, really hard, and we'll defer to your expertise on that. We need another sandwich.
pretty much the same. Next time.
These minds don't go past 2:30,
Okay, let me ask, Ross, let me ask you a
They're
question.
very snarky. That's what we-
So all instructors of core have these guidelines, correct?
Yes, and they're listed on the website.
Okay.
Right.
And then it's up to that instructor to emphasize or provide information based on these guidelines, correct?
Right. They all have to, the provider, whoever the instructor works for, has turned in a course
Okay.
that we have approved, that you all have approved for the next 2 years.
And he checklists those syllabuses to make sure that all of these facts on the core classes are included.
They have to prepare
on the
them,
syllabus.
and so that's why right now they're beginning to question me about, well, when will the commission have it on the website? You know.
I'm just asking for clarification. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Appreciate you.
This looks like a pretty complete, list.
I'm good with it.
So we'll need a motion to pass these or not, and we'll do the. You want to do both? Or have you got anything to add on the
I don't have
commercial? Okay, so let's have a motion
I'll make a
for.
motion that we pass the outline for the topics for Trek Core 2021-22.
23,
I'm
24.
sorry, I got the wrong
Yes,
date.
Smith. 2022 and 2023,
Extra.
and that is residential and commercial.
No, I just did residential.
No, we're going to do them together, aren't we?
Together.
Are you okay
Yeah,
with
yeah,
that?
nothing to change if we
Okay.
don't.
Just
Residential
to
and
be
commercial.
clear, Commission, so the next one will be the 2023, 2024.
Okay.
Okay. Passing these
We're approving
these-
both sides.
2022 to 2023?
23 to
23 to 24.
So the dates are not right on it.
This
No,
is the
no,
one
this
that's
is just
there
from
now.
the last one we approved.
Okay.
We approve them every 2 years.
Got it.
So we're approving for 2023 through 2024.
Okay, so Ms. Smith and, okay, and then Mr. Diaz. All right, so our motion is to approve the core classes for residential and commercial for 2023 through 2024. And Ms. Smith made the motion and Mr. Diaz made the second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Ross. And thank you for
Commission.
getting these for us, Caitlin.
Oh, yes.
All right, so any other business to come before this committee? Okay, we usually do a little last word. Kathy, what'd you think? Make sure you're on.
It was very interesting. It's kind of a different perspective from being a rural.
And one thing that's kind of that I have to keep being told over and over is some of us wear two hats here, a realtor hat and a commissioner hat, and our commissioner hat has to always come above our realtor hat. That's all right, Joe.
I think I'm good. Congratulations.
Thank you. Vice Chair. DJ,
Glad you made it.
glad you were here.
Congratulations again.
Thank you, Steve.
You're on time, you're late.
Profit?
Vince Lombardi said that.
Everybody had a good day.
We did. We did have a good day. And for
Great.
Who all's going?
And Mr. Diaz, did you have anything to say?
No.
And we all welcome you, Kathy. And you know we're bound by the Sunshine Law, but you can call us about anything else other than what we're not voting on, and we'd love to talk to you.
Who all's
That
going
we
to
got to
the
get Hannah
rollout?
on the phone.
Just four of us?
Four.
The two commissioners are speaking about business. We got to have you on the phone.
No.
Oh no! Don't even try that.
I will not answer.
And I wanted to thank the people that came for the hours, and be sure to sign out in the back to make sure you get your credit. We appreciate y'all being here too.
And we're not
Thank
usually
you.
this long.
No, we had 2 months
You got a
worth.
treat for today. Oh my goodness gracious.
Can we adjourn?
We are adjourned.
I'm not going to forget.
Well,
So you'll stand here but enjoy and safe trip
I've
home?
got
No.
No, or you will be following
police report.
Well, eventually, usually I'm out in
Did you
front,
get a
and then
new
you
car?
maybe pass the guy.
I love to ask for police reports. I get to get. I'll
I
open
hadn't walked on the right
people's
side of my car in so long, and I was parked somewhere the other day, and I went, "Oh, somebody has hit my car!" And I'm like, "Oh wait,
Yeah.
that happened in
That happened in
Memphis."
Memphis.
What is it? They said the policeman said I got
They're so
punched or
damn
something
bad.
like that.
Sorry, nosy. Like
You got
nosy. This one is the people in this
John.
one are nosy. Look, someone called me about this complaint on my personal cell phone. I was like, how did you even get my phone number?
Thanks for all you do.
Somebody not the complainant.
About this complaint. Yeah. Huh?
I'm gonna read them when I.
They're like, there's this realtor, and I was like, are you kidding me? How did you get my number? That's what I was saying. I was like, that was my whole thing.
Okay. Good.
Then my friend, I've got a friend in there that's been.
But I was like, how did you get my cell phone number, and who are you?
Oh, I won't.
Huh?
I won't.
No, they were just,
no.
they
But
were
I'm
telling me
wanting,
about the respondent. They were upset.
we need to get an opinion from ours.
I was like, no, that they're like, they stole this money and so.
I think so too.
Oh my God.
Well, you think they'll let you check into the hotel yet? It's not 4.
Yeah.
They might.
They might.
It should let you check in.
They should?
Yeah.
No, thank you, baby.
Were you in
Or just eat it. No, ma'am. Thank you, though.
Very cute there last night?
Granddaughter, it's good to see you.
Good to see you. I'll be at the dinner.
I'm coming.
Yeah.
I see you in a little.
Honey.
With my
Oh.
phone. I don't know, because I,
Our first event is it's at 6 or it's 6, right?
5:30, I think, but I don't know.
First timers don't.
No, we don't do first.
Y'all have already been to that, haven't
Right.
you?
So are they gonna have food at this thing?
Yeah, it'll be enough. You won't need to go to supper.
All right.
That's how it typically is.
So
Let's
this
see.
thing is
It's at 5 o'clock. Welcome reception.
well, wait a minute. Hold on.
Have you got the app?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I thought it
You'll
said
take a couple. You'll take a
Welcome
couple.
reception is 5 to 7:30.
I love you. Bye-bye.
Mine was broken out. Why is it not going back to the deal? Hold on. To 5 to 7:30. Okay, that's what you said, isn't it? The first time attendees is 4. All right.
Yeah. And you already went to that before.
Correct. Okay, so tomorrow, let me ask your opinion on this.
Danny.
All right, so
Put
you got
about
that.
6
we got
over the
this.
box for Aaron.
Then you think go to
Aaron
one of
just
the
said he would take
Okay,
District
so
1 or
we're District 2.
2, so go to that.
That opening session and breakfast.
Okay, then 9. What about the next?
And then
block?
and the next one, I'm on the finance committee, so I have to go to that. But let me just look here and see.
Governor.
You don't want to go to education. Ross will be at that. He's on that
Be there.
committee.
Fair housing.
So either fair housing or
I'm doing fair housing.
you probably don't want governance because that's just going over the P&P and getting it all. We're hiring a company that's going to redo our P&P anyhow.
All right.
I
I'm
would
gonna go to fair housing.
I'd go to fair housing if I were you.
All right, break. Okay.
And then I'm going to the program committee meeting because I'm vice chair of that. Law and reg, that's a
what I
great
wanna
one.
do. That's
Law
what
and
I wanna do.
reg, that's always well attended. That's where you hear the stuff that's coming up.
Right. Examination of credit.
You don't want that. That's close. What? District 2.
Okay.
All right, then the next thing is close lunch on your.
Okay,
phone.
then this is important
This is
for
the
y'all.
afternoon?
Okay,
Yes,
what?
okay, for
This is
tomorrow,
when?
Tuesday,
Tomorrow?
the
Okay.
commissioner roundtable, and I can't be at it because I'm on the nominating committee.
Okay, is that tomorrow afternoon?
Yep, at 1:30.
Is that, okay, I got it.
Yeah,
I want to
1:30.
go, can I go to the timeshare committee meetings?
Oh, absolutely.
I want to go hear what they have.
Absolutely, you can go to that.
Okay.
So then real estate practices roundtable. That'll be a good.
Okay, then,
Right.
yeah, and
3 to
it's-
4:30.
they didn't even put anything opposing it because, I mean.
Everybody wants to go to
Yeah,
that.
everybody wants to go to that.
6 to 9 off-site.
That's at O-Red. They'll
Are they
have
gonna have
shuttles.
Perfect. So we don't have to even move our car.
No.
All right.
Okay, then.
All right, let's go to the next.
Did you know the car parking is like
Oh, yeah, it's-
$45
yeah.
a day? I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm taking mine in and out, in and out.
Well, it's
All right,
not
okay.
that
We're
much
gonna
difference
walk
if
on
you
The
go-
fun walk is at 6:30 a.m. I will not be at that. I'll be at breakfast. I have to be getting involved in Umbrella leadership. Y'all are welcome to come to that if you want to. The Commissioner Resource Committee meeting.
What is that?
That tells you everything that Arello has 4 commissioners to help them. Commissioner College, different stuff like that.
I'm going to go to this IT communications.
That's a good one. That's a good one too.
What
The
about-
investigator, there's no need anybody going to that because we don't even know who our investigators are.
Okay, so I need to go probably to the IT meeting.
I'm going to go to that one too,
Okay.
Joan.
Okay.
And then
I'll do the
keynote speaker.
Who's that?
I forget
David
Atkins,
Atkins.
but I don't remember.
So then I signed up for that, and I got to leave after this No, I didn't sign up.
You
I
can
signed up
leave
for.
it.
No, I
You can
signed up
leave.
for some lunch.
You can a lunch.
Yeah, on
We got
Wednesday.
something.
Somebody invited me to a
Okay.
lunch.
Oh yes.
Yes,
Got some
I did too.
company,
Yes.
and I can't go to it because I have executive committee
There we
lunch
go.
on that day.
VIP regulatory lunch with Oric and Thenia. Who
Yeah,
that is.
it's.
And I'm gonna have
not
to leave.
sure.
I'm gonna have to leave early on Wednesday. I mean, like after lunch on Wednesday.
Okay.
So
I'm just glad you've.
Joan, my deal is
coming.
showing up at 2, but I think it's kind of because it's got an East Coast deal that
Yeah,
screwed
it's
it up.
crazy. It's crazy.
Oh.
John,
So I think it starts
How do
at
you
at
do
least.
that?
I don't know. I'm gonna find
That happens to me
somebody.
every time I go to Florida or something.
I think it's
Usually
either gonna
reverts
start
back.
at 1.
Oh, you don't have an iPhone, do you?
Yeah.
Oh, it should have gone back to the right time then.
Well, it's the person that put it in.
Oh. All right. So,
I think.
and then
Who's Oric and Thenia? Do you
now,
know who that is?
hey Joan, come here.
Bless his heart. He's
On.
so nice.
You're leaving when on Wednesday at noon?
I'll be around noon.
Okay.
All right.
They have a war. Class for principal winner. If you're not going to be here, that's fine.
I'm not gonna
So
be here.
y'all,
John
oh,
can
you're not
come.
going to be here. So John,
Oh yeah, I'll
that's
see you tonight
on
too.
the
I'm going to come for just a minute.
that's Wednesday afternoon.